Part 29. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 281. In the next month after the demon sneaked into the inside of the barreled noodles and Ching Mimi turned the barreled noodles into only noodles, wailing could be heard all over the country at any time. After all, barreled noodles will be shipped to various places after they are produced, and some people don't eat them immediately after buying them, and some people don't read the news online. So in this month, the online battle over what netizens call the instant noodle disaster has never stopped. You know, when you work overtime until early in the morning and all the shops on the street are closed, you finally rummage through the cabinets and find a bucket of solitaire instant noodles. You happily heat the hot water and use a flat plate to press the instant noodles. When you open it, you find that there are no seasonings and a fork. Painful? What are you talking about? If you don't have a fork, you can use chopsticks. If you don't have seasoning, you can add chili. Come to Hong Kong for my instant noodles. They didn't take away my fork and chopsticks, but they took away my noodles. Good guy, I'm just a good guy. My bucket noodles didn't lose either the seasoning or the noodles, but there were needle holes underneath. It was so dense, it was so cold in the winter that I almost didn't get sent to see instant noodles. God. However, there are still people who have not bought instant noodles and speak with reason. If you really hate it, think about other countries. Yes, you can think of it this way: people in other countries lost their lives directly, but we just lost a bucket of instant noodles. After such a comparison, do you feel instantly happy? Others have a decent analysis, just like Lu Shui said, the demons do this just to make us angry and for our resentment. So, if you really hate the demons, don't be angry. This is the greatest revenge. To be honest, demons actually don't do anything that harms the public. After all, this is their nature. We should be glad that they use this method to absorb resentment. I believe that they definitely don't want to do this, but they don't do it, they can't survive either. The internet is divided into three factions. One group thinks that all evil spirits should be locked up, at least indefinitely. One group felt that the demons also wanted to survive, and it was understandable that they chose to fight in such small ways even though they had strong force values. The last group is a pure passerby and does not express any opinions on the demons, but has a lot to say about the first two groups. Seeing them quarreling back and forth, I didn't even think about it. Even if they made a fuss, the monsters would still do what they should do. Then, the third faction was concentrated and opened fire by the first two factions. While the online melee was going on, people with special abilities were gathering together to study whether monsters were involved in this online melee. After all, after knowing that they are now keen on shoveling snow all over the south, the people with special abilities no longer have any expectations for the idea that the demon must do big things. After some research, they felt that number one, the second faction is very similar to demons. So are they trying to win people's hearts now? If they want to live in peace with humans, they may indeed participate in public opinion. What's the view above? The senior said, there is a high probability that we will use gentle methods against the demons. After all, they can't be beaten, and they can regenerate after being killed. They don't seem to have any great malice towards humans at the moment. Although they have done a lot of tricks, it is just a small fight. The king took people to a certain country to vent his anger on China, and this move also won the favor of many people. After all, the king of demons is simply saying openly that any internal conflicts within ourselves are our own business. You, an outsider, are nothing like a green onion, and you dare to interfere in the affairs of our country. This behavior at least shows that the boundary in his heart is between China and other countries, not between mutants and ordinary people. If we can negotiate with demons and coexist peacefully, the higher authorities are also leaning towards this. As long as no one is harmed and no big losses are caused to the people, the country can follow behind to clean up the mess. For example, in the instant noodles incident this time, the state intervened. Any instant noodles that had been tampered with by demons could be exchanged for a new bucket of noodles at a nearby supermarket. At least the people will not suffer any economic losses. Of course, Mentally, they can only comfort themselves that it is not a good thing, and their anger will only be temporary. Li Ju nodded. In fact, he also prefers to make peace with the monsters as long as he can, mainly because he can't defeat them. If the above decides the same, that would be great. I have an idea. He analyzed it at high speed in his mind and quickly came up with a way to get closer to the demon. Don't the demons want to guide public opinion and get the people to accept them? Their ideas are easy to analyze. After all, they used to be normal people who could blend in with the crowd, but now the entire group is excluded. Now that they are seeing a lot of criticism on the internet, even if they are no longer, no matter how strong a person is, he will feel sad and lost. As long as we seize this opportunity, join in changing the public opinion, and help the demons win the favor of most people, and after we achieve it, and use this as a means to claim credit, the demons will definitely be grateful. As soon as Li Ju said this, others thought about it carefully and it seemed that it was really feasible. Two groups of people quarreled online, each trying their best to get passers-by to recognize themselves. With such a big commotion, they didn't believe it was all a spontaneous act by the people. Most likely, the demons joined in. If they stand on the side of their teammates at this time. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Okay, let's do it. So, in the debate on the internet about whether monsters can coexist peacefully with humans. And new members have been added. Professionals are professionals. In addition, this operation was specially approved by the above and went very smoothly. Soon, the topic accepting demons became a hot search topic. Evils are our enemies. This topic is not even 1/10 as popular as it is, and more people are rebelling against it. The initiator of the topic, a netizen called "Are You Blind? Can't You See Such a Huge Enemy?" was on the verge of being mad. Judging from the content he posted, it looked like he wanted to open the minds of all passers-by and insert the theory that demons are enemies. Li Ju even sympathized with him a little. After all, he is just an ordinary person, how can he win against so many civil servants like them? Brother Li, Jin Mei has agreed to meet, and the appointment will be in their office this afternoon. Li Ju was excited for a second. Do they still have an office? But thinking about my younger brother's secretary Li Lin, it seems normal to have an office. After confirming the itinerary, Li Ju immediately got into work mode. Have you prepared the information on the topic of our help accepting demons? Everything is ready. Look, there are so many. The king of demons will definitely be able to see our sincerity. The juniors also had a serious sense of responsibility and handed the prepared materials to Li Ju. It was a thick pile, and you could tell at a glance how much effort they had put into it. Okay, just take these. Li Ju looked through it, and all the accounts and comments written in it were in support of the topic of accepting demons. These were the accounts of people on their side. The Demon King must understand how hard they work to help demons. In the afternoon, the group of people found a place according to the address given by Li Chang. An abandoned, unfinished building stood there quietly, with someone spray painting the outside and writing, "Office of the Phantom." A gust of wind blew by, and a few plastic bags floated around from nowhere. There is backlight here again. Even in broad daylight, the surroundings are extremely dark, except for the faint lights in the unfinished building. Look up again. Several blackbirds stood on the windowsill and looked down, making quack 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 sounds. People with special abilities. The junior swallowed and said cautiously, "Brother Li, are they planning to trick us into killing us?" No matter how you look at this place, it looks like a perfect place to dump the body. Another colleague agreed, "Yeah, we can make ghost movies now. Do they really want to have a good talk with us? They won't fall out every minute, right?" Li Ju forced himself to calm down quickly and laughed a few times. "Haha, don't be afraid, it's understandable. After all, the demons themselves are a bit evil, so choosing a place with such a terrifying atmosphere is consistent with their identity." He walked in immediately, and his colleagues looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. It felt much more normal after entering. The younger generation breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a monster, it's really top-notch in creating a terrifying atmosphere. Since demons like to work in places like this, we will praise them in this way after we meet. This is like meeting girls and complimenting them on their beauty. It is a good trick to get closer. Elder brother. Li Cheng was on the phone, and when he looked up and saw Li Ju, he immediately put a smile on his face, quickly hung up the phone and ran over. Follow me, the boss is waiting for you on the second floor. He pulled his younger brother and asked, what kind of person is King Jia? Is it easy to talk to him? Li Cheng thought for a while. The boss is usually very talkative. As long as you don't step on his weak points, we can discuss anything. Just be easy to talk to. Li Ju breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at his brother. That's good. I've made a lot of preparations, and I will definitely have a pleasant conversation with the king. Going upstairs, Ji Chang's was sitting on a sofa that was full of darkness and rebelliousness. The reason why the sofa was unique was because it was full of scratches and it didn't have a sofa cover. It seemed like it was intentional. Li Ju felt confident, so she sat down and praised. Hello, the location of this office building is really good. It seems to suit your temperament very well. You must have put a lot of effort into deliberately choosing such a place. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the face of his younger brother sitting next to him froze. Li Cheng pulled his brother and whispered, what are you talking about? We have no money and can't afford to rent an office, so we found a bad job that no one cares about. The boss is worried about this matter. These days that's why God is so angry. Li Ju. He managed to regain his composure and laughed dryly. You have good taste. Look at this sofa, it has a postmodernist feel. Then he heard his younger brother's soft explanation, that was someone else's sofa that was scratched by a cat and thrown outside. We had no money to buy the sofa, so we moved it back. Li Ju. The king of demons said nothing, but judging from the situation, he was obviously angry. The edge of. He immediately decided to send a heavyweight weapon and began to take out the information from his briefcase. I wonder if you are paying attention to the topic on the internet about whether demons can coexist peacefully with humans. I am here. Li Cheng grabbed him and said, brother, please shut up. The boss just got angry because of this matter today. Angry. He must have been unhappy when he saw someone criticizing the demon on the internet. Before he handed it over, he heard his younger brother's surprised voice, really? Are you also helping the boss to stand in line anti-monster? I don't know why the situation has suddenly reversed in the past few days, and those people are saying like crazy. Accept the monsters, accept the shit, they don't hate us, how can we suck up the resentment? I don't know how many idle and boring people of different races should be accepted. The boss never wins every battle and gets very angry. Li Ju. He froze. What is your boss's nickname? He is holding back his anger. He lost his temper all night and his voice is hoarse. Didn't you look at him and say nothing? By the way, brother, what is this in your hand? Li Ju. He continued to hand over the information, and looked at the man opposite who was wearing a white mask and said nothing, and his whole body was filled with a gloomy aura. He saw that it was the king of demons who was planning to find someone to vent his anger on. Slowly, a smile emerged. Ah, these are the accounts that are on the opposite side of the king. In order to vent our anger on the king, we recorded all their accounts and speeches. Don't worry, these accounts will definitely be banned. King Xiao waved his hand, and someone handed him a pen and paper. He silently wrote a line of words and pushed the paper over. Li Ju looked at it and saw that it read, since they insist on accepting it, I can only release heavyweight weapons. The king of demons, is going to start a war? He looked at the person in front of him in shock. He saw the other person clapped his hands. Immediately, someone came holding a big box. He walked to the window and opened the door. A bunch of mosquitoes flew out. "Boss, the mosquitoes that are not afraid of the cold have been released. None of them will have a good time this winter. Liju. People with special abilities. So vicious." Reading tip: the system has detected that the next page of the current chapter cannot be loaded. Please click the middle of the screen, click the lower right corner or the upper right corner to find the close reading button to read the complete novel content. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 282. The purchase ratio was insufficient. Ji Chang's was not merciful when he increased the prices for those local products. He sold so many at once, and with money in hand, he turned around and went to buy things for the wedding. After buying a lot of bits and pieces, Ji Chang's returned home with a full load from his trip to the city. He dragged the cart back, and as soon as he reached the entrance of the village, he saw someone coming, a few old ladies. Rural old lady, a fighter who spreads gossip and rumors. When Ji Chang saw them, he took the initiative to ask them before he could speak to them, "Changs, have you gone to the city? Did you buy so many things?" After saying that, they stepped forward without any politeness and stretched their necks to look at the things on the trolley. If Ji Chang's hadn't covered it with a plastic sheet, they might have just reached out and rummaged through what was there. Ji Chang's didn't show any displeasure on his face. He put down the cart naturally and said with a smile, "No, aren't we getting married? We bought some things." Several old ladies looked at each other, and they all clearly saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Ji Chang's reputation in the village was not very good, and now he was married to Anzialu, who had studied in vain and turned out to be mute. Many people laughed at their marriage behind the scenes. Anzialu has no black spots except that she is mute, but she was too famous before. After all, she is good looking, has a gentle temperament, and the most important thing is that she is a high school student. Whether she goes to work directly or goes to college, she will make a lot of money. It is no exaggeration to say that half of the men of her age in the village have this. Think about it. Doesn't this lead to some tragedies of "I like you, but you like Anzialu"? The worst thing is, I gave up on you, but the second person I liked also liked Anzialu. When she was going to school outside, there were sour words about her in the village. Now that she is mute, Anzialu, who had a bright future, suddenly fell into the mud, and the sour words turned into bad words. Ridiculously sarcastic. But Ji Chang's side is even simpler. He, Ji Chang's, is lazy and cheeky. For such a big man, he makes excuses every day not to go to work and eats what his father does and what his mother does. Such a person actually married Anzialu. Even if they can't marry themselves, how can they not feel sad when they see Ji Chang's hugging the beauty back? As a result, there were basically only a few words in the village about the two of them getting married. Ji Chang's is so unreliable and not a hard-working person who can endure hardships. If Anzialu marries him, she will definitely have to endure hardships in the future. What man would be willing to take care of his father-in-law and mother-in-law? Just look at it, Ji Chang's will fall out sooner or later. No one thinks highly of them anyway. In fact, these people saw it quite accurately. The original owner really turned his back, and Anzialu did suffer a lifetime. Nagays, you are getting married now. From now on, you should be more diligent and work more. Don't always be lazy like before. Otherwise, how will you be able to support your family? An old lady said this. She was gossiping, and her words were indeed well-intentioned. No matter how much Ji's father and mother loved their youngest son, they were not very young anymore, so how long could they take care of Ji Chang's? Ji Changguang is the eldest brother, but he is also married. Who would take care of a younger brother who is not very close to him all his life? If Ji Chang's doesn't stand up at this time, it will be difficult in the future. If the original owner heard these words, he would definitely look unhappy and might even curse a few words, but if it were Ji Chang's. It's not that I don't want to be diligent. Actually, third grandma, you've seen that we work hard in the fields every day. We go early in the morning and late at night. Let's see how much we can get. I have a job but no benefits, and I feel so at a loss. The old ladies who said this were stunned. What Ji Chang said actually makes sense, but the problem is, everyone is doing this. Why? How could he be the only one panicking about the loss? Then what are you going to do if you don't work and rely on your parents to support you every day? This is not possible, you have to marry a wife. Ji Chang's waved his hand as if he didn't care. It's enough to support me in the brigade. Anyway, even if I don't work, I won't miss a meal. If I work, it's still so much food. Anyway, I won't work. Pianjinagaze looked so confident that people didn't even know how to condemn him. Old lady, then you can't do that. You can just eat and drink by yourself. Xiaolu will marry you in the future. How can you deal with this? When Xiaolu marries me, I will definitely not let her suffer. Ji Chang's words were decisive. He raised his head with pride and announced. Several old ladies suddenly had expressions on their faces like you can still do good things. Ji Chang's, I saw that he was well dressed, and I was wondering if he could thank me after helping him up, such as inviting me to a state-owned restaurant for a meal or something. This chapter. Oh. The faces of the old ladies showed a look of this is right, this is the correct development. That person is stupid. You just helped me and invited you to dinner. I have never dreamed of such a good dream. Ji Chang shrugged, yes, he didn't invite me to dinner. See, what they said. How could there be such a stupid person? Then they heard Ji Chang say, but that man turned out to be a factory director. He saw that I was young, hard-working, and capable, kind and upright. I looked smart and had a good figure. He praised himself a lot, and the old ladies all looked numb when they heard. Reading tip: the system has detected that the next page of the current chapter cannot be loaded. Please click the middle of the screen, click the lower right corner or the upper right corner to find the close reading button to read the complete novel content. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 283. This is the 5th year of the Great Purge. In the past 5 years, all countries have been reshuffled countless times. Only China has remained the same. It is still what it was before the Great Purge era. Not all countries are as lucky as China, and mutants do not cause great harm to humans. A certain country was the most noisy country. All kinds of creatures were doing tricks. Finally, the ability users there gathered together and managed to suppress these creatures. In some countries, the people simply give up resistance, declare surrender directly, and are ruled by mutants. In some cases, the ability users have the upper hand, leaving the mutants to hide. But no matter what kind of country it is, there is no country like China. The country is ruled by the government, and mutants live openly in the sun, and even have their own public platform. The most outrageous thing is that if there are new mutants, they can go directly to the police station, and then the police will take them to the monster renewal department. This kind of harmony cannot be understood by some foreigners who have been harmed by mutants. In the past 5 years, although many weird creatures have been summoned by mutants around the world and caused a lot of trouble, these creatures are indeed unknown species that have never appeared in Blue Star. All countries that still have scientific research capabilities have not let go of the unknown creatures that have emerged in their own countries, and even those from other countries have tried their best to get rid of them. Over the past 5 years, scientific research capabilities around the world have changed. Gradually, some weapons capable of fighting mutants were developed. After the big countries barely maintained the situation, many small countries finally breathed a sigh of relief and finally began to consider putting learning this course on the agenda. So, the international students showed up. Because the whole world is in chaos, international students now don't just want to apply as they did before. Everyone is adopting a more traditional approach. Want your students to study abroad with us? Okay, we will go with a few of you. One for one, we need to learn new knowledge from other countries together. Of course, some people in some countries think that this is simply an exchange of protons. Similar to our students who come to study with you, your students are also in our hands. If anything happens to our students, your students won't even think about it. Better than that. Huaguo also participated. Today's international students are no longer simple students in peacetime. Before going abroad, they must undergo a series of trainings such as weapons training, fighting skills, anti-investigation, etc. Of course, these are what schools are supposed to teach. Even if there is peace in China, when the whole world is full of turmoil, the country will not let students become princes and princesses in ivory towers. Groups of students who could beat 10 were sent out, and batches of international students who could beat 10 were sent back. When the international students arrived at the school, as soon as the news came out, the students who were looking forward to which country the international students would come to this time started to discuss it excitedly. I heard that there are international students from 3 countries coming this time, all from big countries. I'm really looking forward to it. Isn't our country in China a hotspot now? I don't know if there will be spies or something. If this is the idea, I should send handsome boys and beautiful girls. It's a honey trap. I'm afraid the guy upstairs is thinking shit. Even if it's a honey trap, it's definitely not for you. I have long heard that country C will produce beauties. I am really looking forward to it. If there is no handsome brother, a handsome young lady will do. In the early days of the Great Purge, everyone could still chat online. A year later, ordinary people would no longer have contact with foreigners. At that time, the whole world was in chaos, and China had no time to care about other countries even if it was not involved in the dispute. There has been no news from abroad for 4 years. Many students are looking forward to the arrival of international students on campus this time and are curious about what it is like abroad now. I said that instead of talking about foreign girls, you should discuss the charming brothers and sisters. Didn't you mean that the charming brothers and sisters who are about the same age as us mentioned that they want to find a partner in our school? No, 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 no. Imagine you and your girlfriend go out to eat. As soon as your milk tea is served, your girlfriend throws her hand to you and throws it to the ground. You go to see her, and she still smiles at you, waiting for you to express your resentment. That scene was too miserable to look at. Seriously, all monsters are cats, really all cats, each one is meaner than the other. Don't date them, you will definitely go crazy. When the international students arrived at the school, it happened to be lunchtime. This group of students, who were still naive even after taking various courses to improve their military strength, chose a good location to observe with great anticipation. Then, they saw people with beards, sunburn marks on their faces, and fur on their bodies. They looked like primitive people. Looking at their figures, they were all covered in tendon and flesh. It would be an exaggeration to say that they were 40 years old. Students aged 17 or 18. They looked at the rows of strong men in shock. With their looks, tendons, and temperament, some people would trust them as teachers. Student. What's the situation? Is it possible that a certain country doesn't care about face and just sends special forces? And why are there no female students? There are rows of men all over the place. Here's the beautiful foreign lady I promised you. There was a student who was familiar with the senior who was responsible for showing international students around the school. He trotted over quietly, pulled the senior to the side while no one was paying attention, and whispered, "Senior, aren't there any female students from a certain country?" Why are they all male? The senior also approached and whispered, it seems that because of the continuous melee in a certain country, ordinary people are forced to participate in the battle to protect themselves. In addition, aren't there many unknown creatures there? Eating their meat can stimulate the muscles. If you look closely, most of them are girls. Girl? Where are the girls? The student looked carefully and saw that there were still rows of men. He wanted to ask again, but the senior had already been called over by the teacher. He could only find an opportunity to get in touch with the foreign students from a certain country while they were free to move around, and found a buddy who looked upright and was not very skilled in humming. Ask in a certain Chinese language. Brother, how old are you? This man, who was much stronger than him and had a tough aura written all over his body, grinned, patted him on the shoulder, smiled heartily, and replied with a few words, what do you call me, brother? I'm a girl. Student. Before he could recover, the girl said again. Are you asking me how old I am? I have a few days left to celebrate my 16th birthday. In your Chinese country, should I call you little brother? The charming uncle, who is 189 centimeters tall, has a voice as loud as a bell, and has a burly body. He smiled sweetly and shouted in a rough voice. Little brother, Book Club QQ Group number 85982138. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 284. The arrival of international students was only new for a few days to this group of students who had to worry about grades every day but also learned various life skills/fighting skills/defense and offense. When they discovered that these international students seemed to be older and more muscular than they were, after nothing changed, most students lost interest in international students. After all, since the era of the Great Purge, students have to learn more and more things each class. In their current class, they have to learn the types, groups, and camps of mutants in various countries. Various creatures from other worlds are divided into sea and land. There are 3 empty classes, because new species may be added to it at any time, and the textbooks have also evolved from paper books to online courses. Maybe you thought you had finished learning this lesson, but found something the next day, and that's it. The ball is over, just wait to make up the lessons. Physical education classes have directly turned into practical classes. If today's students can't climb a tree and knock over a wooden man, they can't be called students. We are all so busy, who can care about the situation of the international students? However, not all students can ignore it. After all, they are foreign friends. Although they speak Chinese very well, it is still their first time in China, and they are only 16 or 17 years old. They are afraid of these half-grown children. Unable to adapt to the Chinese environment, the school specially arranged for junior Chinese students to come and take care of them. So, the student who happily went to greet a beauty from a certain country, but was called little brother by a strong girl in a rough voice, listened to the monitor's instructions with a numb face. Jolan, Tom, and Jack have been arranged to stay in your dormitory. You are the dormitory leader and you usually do things properly. They left their hometown to study in China at such a young age. They may be homesick or afraid of being exposed to a strange environment. Please help take care of me, we are still children. Jolan. He looked at the 2 international students following behind the monitor, who were at least 190 centimeters tall, with short heads, bulging muscles, and a fist as strong as theirs. They looked in a daze. Monitor, are you sure they are all children? Of course, Tom and Jack have not celebrated their 15th birthday this year. To be precise, they are still 14-year-old children. It is only because the courses in our Huaguo University are relatively comprehensive and the current situation is special that they will be sent to come to the university. The squad leader patted Jolan on the shoulder. Okay, I have to make arrangements for the girls. I will leave these 2 children to you to take care of. Let's go. Jolan. He looked at the two strong children who were smiling at him and didn't know what to say. After waiting for a few seconds, he forced out a smile and said, "Then, you two classmates, please go back to the dormitory with me. You haven't picked up your things yet. I'll help you move them together." The two 14-year-old strong men looked at each other, looking somewhat flattered, and quickly thanked them. "Thank you." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Jolan smiled hard and said, "If you have anything you don't understand in school, just come and ask me. As long as you don't fail the class, I have the authority to handle most everything else." Since the learning model has changed, the school has also begun to encourage dormitory groups. The dormitory president has more rights than 5 years ago. Jolan failed to be selected in his freshman and sophomore years, but finally got selected in his junior year. It turned out to be such a coincidence. Here comes Tom Jack. After all, he was the one belonging to his own dormitory. After being uncomfortable at the beginning, Jolan quickly regained his composure as the dormitory manager, and his mood gradually calmed down, and he led the two of them to the place where the foreign students' luggage was stored. Then he saw two baggage who were taller than people and fatter than pigs. Jolan. Seeing Tom Jack eagerly stepping forward to pick up the two huge luggage and leaving, he quickly put away his shock and walked forward, reaching out to the half-man-long bag held in Jack's hand. "I'm here to help you." Jack smiled gratefully at him and let go. The bag that looked so light in Jack's hand reached Joe Ian's hand, and the gravity almost prevented him from carrying it, causing him to fall flat on the spot. Fortunately, after the Great Purge era, the physical fitness of the Chinese people has been improved, and the students have. If you train with heavy objects for a long time, it will be really embarrassing. Jolan barely held on, trying hard to maintain a relaxed expression on his face, and asked Jack, "This is still a bit heavy, what's in it?" Jack obviously had a good impression of the dormitory manager who helped him for free. When he heard him ask, he immediately replied, "It's my weapon." Jolan, "What?" Seeing his confused look, Jack thought he didn't explain clearly. He slowed down his tone and explained carefully word for word, "What's inside is my weapon." Jolan, "Ah, weapons, yes, you should have weapons. After all, a certain country has been in chaos for so long, so it is normal for Jack to have weapons for self-defense. But what material are your weapons made of? The state of China controls knives, and lethal weapons are not allowed to be carried by private individuals. Did you report them when you came?" Tom and Jack looked confused. "You can't carry lethal weapons, so what if you encounter danger?" "Yeah, it's too dangerous without weapons." Seeing that the two of them looked nervous that they would be killed on the spot tomorrow without weapons, Jolan quickly explained, "No, there is no big danger in China. If something happens, just call the police." Police. The two people who were just a little nervous at first became even more hesitant when they heard this. How can the police take care of us? Of course it is better to rely on the police to protect our own safety than to rely on ourselves. If we encounter a monster, even if the police come to control the situation, there is a high chance that we will die before then. No, this is too dangerous. Jolan. No, have you misunderstood something? How could you die if you meet a demon? Tom and Jack looked at each other and asked Jolan, "Aren't the mutants in your country demons? We read information about demons when we came here. Don't they feed on absorbing human resentment? They are also evil in nature and like to make things difficult for others. Torturing humans is great fun for them, and each one is extremely lethal. In this case, of course we must take precautions." Jolan. He absorbs resentment, has an evil nature, can't get along with others, and likes to torture humans. These are all true. However, this torture is still different from that torture. He opened and closed his mouth, facing two foreign students who looked as if they were facing an enemy. Even if they were standing in the school, they would always tense up, as if a monster might appear at any time and take their lives. He really didn't know what to do. How to explain. Finally, he said, "Let's go, let's put our luggage in the dormitory first, and then I will take you around the school and go to the food street outside the school. There are the most monsters there. You will understand when you see it." When the two international students heard this, they both looked at Jolan in shock, with words written all over their eyes, "Thank you for not running into a monster. Are you afraid that your life is too long for you to come to look for him?" "Jolan, believe me, you will understand after I go there." After putting away the luggage, he spent a lot of time to get the two of them to give up taking the hammer half as tall as a man and the mace covered with spikes, and took them to walk around the school. As soon as they went out, a figure rushed out in front of them at a very fast speed. The figure flashed past, and Tom Jack instantly entered a fighting state. His muscles bulged, and he quickly fell to the ground. A pair of sharp eyes looked at the surroundings vigilantly, ready to punch the opponent's face viciously at the next moment when the enemy attacked. However, the figure didn't pay attention to them at all. He was still running ahead and shouting, "Those freshmen in front of you, who told you to get down." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed to the wall, pulled down several schools hanging on the high wall, and scolded him with a fierce face, "If you don't leave the door, you insist on it, you show your ability, don't you? Well, if you're so good, I'll tell your martial arts teacher to teach you a lot." Jolan liked to watch the liveliness of these freshman students the most. He was about to turn around to share the happiness with his fellow international students, but when he turned around, he saw two people lying on the ground. "Don't be afraid, that's the security guard uncle. He is a person with abilities. After awakening, he didn't take the public examination. He just continued to work as a security guard as before. He is the one who is always running around in the school. It's not that the security guard likes to run around. The era of the Great Purge not only brought changes to the people of a certain country, but also to the Chinese people. Of course, it was not the type where everyone in a certain country directly turned into muscular warriors, but the appearance seemed to be the same as before, with just a little practice. In one fell swoop, he could easily jump up a tree, and his short-sightedness also recovered naturally. He could see clearly downstairs from the window on the 40th floor. Hearing, vision, and mobility have all been improved exponentially. Without sub-health, the students who used to be able to play with their mobile phones all day have become more active. This is a good thing for China, but for those in school for the security uncles, it is a lot of effort to take care of these young people who are very energetic and in good health, running around here and there every day, touching this and playing with that. Fortunately, he is a capable person, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to catch him. As soon as Jolan said a few words, the security uncle rushed to the other side and roared, "Who told you to play with fire in school? Even those with abilities can't do it. Follow me to the security room to write a report, just because you want to roast a duck? Roast your ass, you want to, isn't there a cafeteria to eat? Why don't you little bastards do it yourself? You haven't plucked your hair, you haven't cleaned your stomach, and you're roasting a duck. Wait, why do you ducks look so familiar? Are they raised in the lake in our school? Who asked you to go into the water to catch ducks? Come here and write a report." Tom and Jack had already stood up, looking at the security uncle with complicated expressions who was yelling at a few students carrying ducks. Jolan thought they were scared. After all, they were only 14 years old, so he quickly explained, "It's okay. The security uncle is very nice. He is also afraid that something will happen to these freshmen, which is why he is so aggressive. As long as you don't do anything dangerous, he won't care either." Tom, however, still looked stunned, turned his face and asked Jolan, "Does your school have a cafeteria?" Jolan was stunned when asked, "Of course, there is. How can the school not have a canteen? It's impossible for us to cook by ourselves. As he was talking, he suddenly realized something and looked at Tom cautiously. The school in your country doesn't have a cafeteria. Tom nodded. He smiled bitterly and said, the school cannot afford to open a canteen, so we all hunt and cook by ourselves. After chatting for a while, Jolan realized that to the international community, the situation in a certain country was just chaotic, but to the locals of a certain country, the hardships they had gone through could not be summed up in such a short sentence. In the past few years during the era of the Great Purge, mutants were rampant in a certain country, and then there was complete chaos. Humans and humans, mutants and mutants, people with abilities and mutants, everyone fought together, and there were many internal fights, but anyone who can fight is forced to join the camp, and ordinary people live like grass. Gradually no one grows food. Even now, food in a certain country is in famine. Everyone can only go hunting and eat the meat of creatures from other worlds. Slowly, the muscle content in the body is getting more and more. Compared with the all-round improvement of the Chinese people, their physical fitness improvement is a single enhancement of physical strength, which is the legendary development of limbs. Although a certain country is not as chaotic as in previous years, it still takes time to restore food production. Schools are overwhelmed and cannot provide food to students. For the two 14-year-old strong men who had already adapted to this kind of life, the fact that Huaguo School actually had a canteen was a great shock to them. The two cautiously asked Jolan to go to the cafeteria. Jolan was also shocked that a certain country had become such a mess, so he agreed to take the two of them to canteen number 3, which was the number 1 in his mind, and introduced, although canteen number 3 is not as delicious as number 5, it is a buffet style. It's cheap and filling. We in the dormitory usually like to come here, especially when the last class is martial arts. It's great to come here and have a good meal after class. The school's cafeteria also takes into account that students eat more than before, and whether they are improving their physical fitness or transforming into capable persons, they need a large amount of food to supplement their calories. In order to avoid the situation where children are not full when they need calories most. As a matter of fact, the country has specially opened buffet-style canteens in various schools. The buffet is definitely not very delicious, but it is not unpalatable. Once the buffet canteen is opened, you can see it in all major schools every time it is time to eat. The students shouted and ran towards the cafeteria. Buffets are all about quick feet and quick hands. Although the school has a sufficient supply and will definitely manage enough, and new ones will be added after they are taken, everyone has the same idea. The first thing to be put out must be the freshest. In order to occupy the freshness, it must be fast. And since everyone's physical fitness has improved, the students who used to compare their game performance levels have quickly shifted their comparison to their physical strength. Where is the buffet? This is a fight, a fight. At this moment, the canteen happened to be at the scene of the battle. Jolan, who was still a little proud in his heart, looked at the chaos in front of him, his face was a little red, and he tried to regain his respect. Don't get me wrong, they actually just want to compete with each other by eating the buffet. Quick hands. Turning his face, there was no one left. Looking at the front, Tom Jack was already shouting and shouting with a plate and quickly integrated into the battle. However, although the two of them were strong, they were still unable to match the Chinese students in terms of agility, eyesight, and hearing. It took them a long time to grab it. With a happy face, he held 2 large plates full of delicious food and squeezed them out. Brother Joe, come and eat. The first thing the 2 international students did when they came to China was to eat a buffet in the cafeteria for 2 hours. After eating until his stomach was full and his 8-pack abs became one piece, he sat on the chair with satisfaction. Jack said to Jolan, the last time I ate so full was the year before last. Tom followed suit, the last time I had enough to eat was when I was 10 years old, And this was a bloody purge. Jolan, who originally wanted to praise the two's fighting prowess, said, "Is this so miserable?" In his impression, apart from the Great Purge era, which gave the Chinese people many more skills, mosquitoes in winter, and the 5 demon kings in textbooks that frightened students, life seemed not to have changed much from before. I still got up hard in the morning, yawned, washed up, and then rode my bicycle to school quickly for morning self-study. The teacher was still so strict. I had to take a lunch break at noon and couldn't play with my mobile phone secretly. After evening self-study, I rode my bicycle home with my classmates in the same community. Then I worked hard on my homework, played for a while and then went to bed. He also watched the news and knew that the situation in other countries was not so good, but he thought it was the kind where mutants and the government would fight and fights would happen on the streets. Has it actually reached the point where common people can't afford to eat? Tom and Jack were obviously younger than him, but their eyes were much more mature than Joe Ian's. Seeing his shock, the two of them showed a complicated smile. "I am afraid that only China in the world can eat this kind of food casually. Before, we thought that China was exaggerating its national conditions. After all, our country is also secretive to the outside world. Now they are really sure that China has indeed maintained absolute peace." The two looked at the students eating the buffet in the cafeteria. Their skills are so flexible, but these flexible skills were not developed in life-threatening situations. When they looked at their companions, their eyes were filled with pure trust. Unlike their classmates, everyone beware of each other, let alone eating together. You can't keep your body relaxed when sitting in the same class. After all, no one knows whether the classmate sitting next to him will suddenly burst out and announce that he is a member of the mutant organization. The two of them were still laughing. But only they themselves know how much envy and bitterness are mixed in this smile. After staying in the cafeteria for so long, I can only visit the food court in the evening. Before going in, Joe Lankin warned Juan, "Be sure to hold the food you opened in your hands, otherwise it will definitely be miserable." The 14-year-old strongman with rich combat experience instantly became alert. "What's wrong? Will someone poison me?" Joe Ian's expression was hard to describe. "It's not poisoning, you will know when the time comes." Entering the food court, the two international students who had just finished eating a bunch of food an hour ago felt salivating again. They walked and ate all the way, and drank milk tea for the first time in a long time. While walking, Jack suddenly collided with an oncoming young man. "Sorry." The young man apologized quickly, but Jack didn't take it to heart. After saying it was okay, he lowered his head and took a sip of milk tea. Then, his face instantly wrinkled up. "Oh my God." After subconsciously speaking a sentence in his native language, he tried to stick out his tongue to disperse the bitter taste. "It's so bitter, God, it's so bitter." Jolan, who was familiar with the situation, took out a bottle of milk and handed it to him. "Take a sip to relieve the pain." He pointed at the young man who was standing behind and looking at the three people with a provocative smile. He had just hit Jack. "Look, that's the devil. Now you know why you have to be careful about unsealed things. These monsters wandering around the food court are bad, they specially pick out the food in people's hands. I get angry when I think about it. I had a hard time making it last time I worked hard and ordered a cup of milk tea that costs 30 yuan, but I met a ghost. Do you know what hot pot flavored milk tea feels like?" Because he remembered the past, Joe Ian's resentment began to drift toward the demon behind him. The demon took a deep breath of the resentment in the air and enjoyed it, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Not full, he looked at Tom and Jack expectantly, waiting for them to get angry. Jack looked shocked when he heard this. He looked down at the milk tea in his hand and then at the monster. 11 May raised her eyebrows provocatively at him. Then he heard Jack say, "Oh my God, did he just make my milk tea a little bitter? He is so kind." Tom also looked surprised. Are all the mutants in your country so kind? Jolan. Demon. The demon stared at the two of them for a long time, and after confirming that they were not pretending, it raised its eyebrows and walked straight towards the two of them. It quickly looked at them with its eyes, ignoring Joe Ian's quick retreat, and stepped on them. On the new shoes given to them by the school. Then he smiled provocatively at them and said coquettishly, "New shoes need to be stepped on." The new shoes, which had obviously been worn for less than a day, left a huge footprint on them, so he couldn't believe that these two people wouldn't explode. Jack looked flattered at the demon who could take his life in an instant, but only stepped on his shoe. He was extremely grateful. "Thank you, demon." Tom also stretched out his shoes and looked at the mutants in China expectantly. "Oh my God, this is a mutant, and a monster that is recognized as having the greatest malice towards humans." Tom cautiously said, "Can you step on it for me too?" "Thank you, demon." He turned to look at Jolan, who was stunned at the sight. "Hey, are these two people mentally ill? Or are they trying to blame me?" Jolan. They just think you are a nice person." Demon. He looked at Jolan with disgust, then at the two international students, and cursed, "Crazy." Instead of feeling any resentment, he got thanks instead. The monster was very angry and cursed all the way when he left. Jolan. Walking from the food street to the end of the food street, maybe because it looked very unpleasant and bad-tempered, the two international students encountered many monsters. Deliberately knocking the food out of their hands. Throw a huge cockroach prop in their hands to scare them. Sprinkle mosquito-attracting potion on them. The two foreign students could already tell the difference between the two foreign students. Their footsteps were light, their movements were fast, and their strength levels were obviously much stronger than theirs. And there are these terrifying beings who can easily break their necks. They obviously hate human beings by nature, but they still tolerate what they think, not to kill them, and just do some insignificant and even cute little things. The international students who were bitten by mosquitoes remained calm and undisturbed, and even thought that it was nothing compared to the vampire bats in their country, and they were very excited. The next day, when interviewing international students with the media, they used all their methods on them. The faces of the demons waiting in front of the TV were full of expressions of watching a good show. These monsters who participated in the torment of foreign students all had proud faces and vowed to Ji Chang's, "Boss, look at this group of foreign students who have been tortured by us and are crying and shouting that they want to go home. Ha 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 ha, so what if they are foreigners? When we get to our territory, we can bully them if we want." Ji Chang's, who was drinking his 1982 Coke, leaned on the sofa with his legs crossed and looked at the TV. On the screen, there happened to be a shot of an international student. When asked whether they were satisfied with the current living environment in China and whether evil spirits had caused them any trouble, this group of strong boys and girls all looked grateful and said from the bottom of their hearts, "The devil of China. Really? So kind. We love them. All Chinese people." They don't know why these international students love Xiaomei, but they know that after the international students expressed their great admiration and love for Xiaomei without any negative energy. The most annoying people in Jinmei's mind are definitely these foreign students. After all, the demons are a race where the more you hate me, the happier I am, and the more you like me, the angrier I become. Book Club QQ Group number 859821378. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 285. When Ji Chang's opened his eyes, the scene in front of him was very bloody. Not only were there pictures, but they were also accompanied by various sounds. Low roars, frightened screams, and rumbles of thunder. This is a solemn hall, with the door open. The heavy rain outside blew in with the wind, and the long curtains on both sides also blew. As they blew, the blood stains below were exposed. Humanoid objects covered in blood swayed past one after another. When they saw the target, they rushed over and bit each other. The person who was caught screamed, but because they had been injured before, they could only let the other person die. Bite. After a few minutes, the bitten man stopped making noises. When he stood up again, he was already staggering and looked like he would pounce on a stranger when he saw him. Zombies. He hadn't checked his memory yet, so he couldn't figure out the situation clearly. In addition, those who were biting and those who were bitten were all wearing Taoist robes, so he couldn't even tell whether they were ancient or modern. Ji Chang's determined the attributes of these humanoid objects at a glance. He looked down at the Taoist robes on his body and the sculpted palms under his feet. Then he looked at the chaotic appearance of the hall. In this chaos, he began to check the memory. Although we are in a very ancient hall and the people around us are wearing Taoist robes, this is indeed the modern world. This Taoist temple is called Tianhai Temple. It is located in Qingling. Tianhai Temple is built on the top of the clouds. It was built hundreds of years ago when Angua was prosperous and Taoism was prosperous. Over the hundreds of years, it has been well maintained through the changes of dynasties. Even if it is in modern times, all disciples of the sect have also obtained Taoist certificates. Most of the people at the foot of Qingling Mountain were poor, but Tianhai Temple had a tradition of adopting abandoned babies and educating them hundreds of years ago. Gradually, abandoned babies brought up by the people at the foot of the mountain were always found in front of Tianhai Temple. It was not until later that Huaqiuting decided to when we got down, we gradually no longer had enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and then the abandoned babies were slowly taken to the Taoist temple. Even so, Tianhai Temple still has an extraordinary status in the eyes of many villagers at the foot of the mountain. They are poor and ignorant, but they know that the Taoist priests who grew up from abandoned babies in Tianhai Temple can read, have correct outlook on life, and as long as they do not become a monk, Tianhaiguan doesn't care whether they get married or not. So, slowly, some little children were sent to Tianhai Temple and became little Taoist boys. Every day they studied together and practiced martial arts together. Their parents would come to visit them when they were young, and when they were a little older they could go down the mountain by themselves. The little Taoist boys themselves would go down the mountain to see their parents. It stands to reason that Tianhai Temple should be passed down forever. It's just that this gym that has been passed down for hundreds of years still cannot be maintained. On an ordinary day, the end of the world comes, and some people around the world begin to fall asleep without warning. When they wake up again, most of them will people turned into zombies, and a small number became people with superpowers. There are more ordinary people who have never experienced lethargy. It stands to reason that with more people and fewer zombies, this disaster should be under control, but the worst thing about it is that there was no warning. No one expected that these relatives who suddenly fell into a coma due to sudden illness would wake up and open their eyes to their families. There is a lot of blood, and humans who are bitten by zombies will also transform into zombies. Like a snowball, there are more and more zombies, and humans can only keep retreating. Although there are Taoist priests in Tianhai Temple, Taoist priests are also human beings, so naturally some Taoist priests will fall into coma, and after waking up, they will transform into zombies and start going around hurting, killing, and biting people. Because of the year-round cold and slippery roads on Yunding, it is not convenient for zombies to move down the mountain. In addition, Tianhai Temple only opens on the 15th day of the lunar month to welcome the people who come to the Taoist temple. There are only Taoist priests from Tianhai Temple on the mountain, and Tianhai Temple is open every day. They had to practice martial arts in the early morning. After the initial panic, they quickly realized that all the living people hid in the main hall and the zombies were locked outside. The original owner is also a Taoist priest from Tianhai Temple. He is also a monk and has a very high seniority. He is the disciple of this generation of presiding officers. He didn't get this position because he had any real materials, but he relied entirely on coaxing and deception. The host who deceived him felt that he was really wholeheartedly dedicated to Tianhai, and he was full of appreciation for him. After some operations, he was successful. Became the presiding disciple. The original owner was so good at coaxing and deceiving, so of course he was not an ordinary person. At least he was very experienced in deceiving people. His life experience is actually very simple. He was born as an orphan. He was already very old when he became an orphan and was not adopted. He grew up in an orphanage. According to the national policy, orphans have been well taken care of. At least until adulthood, the original owner does not have to worry about tuition and living expenses. However, it is definitely impossible to live as luxuriously as possible. The original owner had been lusting after money since he was a child. When he was a child, he couldn't help it no matter how much he desired it. When he entered high school, he suddenly found a way. Although his family background is not good, he is better because of his good grades and good looks. The age of 17 is the best time for a boy without acne. The original owner is fair and has handsome features, even if he is wearing the same clothes as the classmates around him. School uniforms are also a beautiful sight. At that time, many people in the school forum called him the school idol. He successfully found a target among his classmates, a female classmate with a good family background and good looks. Although the original owner longed for money, he really didn't think much of it at the time. He just wanted to coax the female classmate to spend money for him by falling in love. After all, to him at that time, the pocket money in the female classmate's hand was simply a pile of money. A huge amount of money. One side is full of love, the other side is deliberately coaxing. The 17-year-old man and woman found a room in a small hotel on a holiday afternoon. As a result, something happened. During the school-wide physical examination, the female classmate was found to be pregnant. Since she was pregnant, the culprit must be found, so he called the parents and asked the female classmates. The original owner happened to know the news of the recommendation. After this happened, he was afraid that the submission would fail, so he could only think in a panic. Faisy approached a female classmate to play the emotional card and begged her not to reveal herself. In order to stabilize the other party, he also made a promise that he would be responsible, coaxing the other party that if she told him, her parents would definitely force her to abort the child when they saw that they were both minors. He asked her to give birth to the child. And he would marry her and the two of them would raise children together. The female classmate who was immersed in love believed it and refused to tell the name of the child's father. The school dismissed her from school. Her parents were indeed very angry. When they were discussing how to take their daughter to have an abortion, there was a big earthquake that night. The whole family of 3 was buried under the rubble. It was also a miracle. The female classmate was dug out, but my parents stayed that year forever. After she was rescued, she braced herself to accept the news of her parents' death. She had no close relatives at home, so she had to go to the funeral alone and arrange the remains of her parents. Her family was gone, her parents were gone, and the 17-year-old girl stood blankly in front of the tombstone with a slightly bulging belly, not knowing what to do next. At this moment when she needed the most shared responsibility, she naturally thought of the original owner. But the original owner disappeared like this. He did not die, but sent a letter to the girl, stating that he had something to do and needed to leave, but that he would definitely be responsible and asked her to wait until she came to marry her. The girl believed it. She gave birth to a daughter alone, but until the child was 5, 10, and 23 years old, she got married and gave birth to a daughter, and the person she promised never came back. Everyone thought she had been deceived. After all, at that time, there were many wives and husbands in married families who never came back, not to mention that they were not married at all. The daughter witnessed her mother's hardships along the way, and she became even more disgusted with this scumbag father and believed that he was a liar. It turns out that the original owner is really a liar. After the earthquake, he was relieved to learn that the girl's parents had passed away. At least this way the other party had no backing and was easy to deceive. It was too easy for him to fool him. In order to prevent the other party from reacting and come to settle the score with him, he knew that now the girl had taken the child away from him. It was the best choice to give up and go back to school, but the original owner still coaxed her into giving birth to a child. Then he went to college. After graduating from college, he relaxed and fell into this fancy world. After several years of college, he learned nothing. Graduation was a problem, let alone finding a job. After that, he didn't want to follow the rules to make money. The original owner entered the fraud gang, deceived countless people, and they were not happy for long. The country cracked down hard, and the people in the fraud gang were caught and dispersed. The original owner of the knowledge has forgotten all, and the only thing he can use to make money is his ability to deceive and a good face. He had ups and downs for 10 years, but in the end he was just doing well. He even offended a powerful person, and in the end he could only hide like a rat in the underground. At this time, he learned something. The state would provide funds to support Taoist temples. Taoism was the most popular in Angguo. The remaining Taoist temples at that time still have Taoist disciples living in them. As long as they apply to the state, the Chinese Congress will the support funds provided, plus the tourists who come to the Taoist temple to offer incense, add up to a lot of money. Most of these Taoist temples are on mountains, so it's not easy to avoid people's sight. The original owner originally just wanted to use Tianhai to watch Zhang Ipso, but after coaxing the host to accept him as a disciple, he changed his mind. The host is over 90 years old and has only a few years left to live. His previous disciples have all passed away. When the other disciple dies, isn't it natural for his disciple to take over? The original owner just stayed in the Taoist temple with peace of mind. As a result, the host passed away soon, but what he didn't expect was that before he died, he didn't know whether he saw through his disguise or felt that he was too junior, so he passed him directly and handed over the Taoist temple to the deceased senior brother's disciple. A junior is in charge of the entire Tianhai temple. The original owner planned to be patient for several years and got this result. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept it. However, he didn't have any other skills other than deceiving people when he came down from the mountain. He didn't want to do any hard work, so he simply relied on the fact that he was the presiding uncle. Seniors gradually revealed their true nature. I don't do morning classes, I don't practice martial arts, I just stay in my room every day, and I only come out when I'm eating. To sum up, I can't do anything, but eating comes first. The original owner has naturally lost his image in the eyes of his disciples, but he doesn't care much about it anymore. He is already 42 years old. He failed to join the trend when technology was at its peak, could not integrate into society, and had no other skills. Skills, even down the mountain, is not very good. It's better to just watch him in Tianhai for the rest of his life. Anyway, he has a higher seniority. Even if he doesn't look good, the disciples can't say anything to him even if they feel unhappy. The original owner's life goal was logically feasible, but who could let it happen that the end of the world was coming? One night, even Tian Haiguan, who was far away from the crowd, was inevitably involved. When all the older disciples protected the younger disciples behind them to fight against the zombies, the original master got into the back and took advantage of the chaos to be protected. Entered the main hall. This move was naturally very disdainful, but the juniors had no time to argue with him at the moment. Everyone was busy checking wounds, looking for food, and comforting the younger disciples. However, Tianhai Temple was isolated from the foot of the mountain. These disciples did not expect after being bitten by a zombie, you will also turn into a zombie. When everyone relaxes a little at night, the second killing begins. The hall is no longer a shelter, but a closed burial place. In the chaos, the door was opened, and the zombies outside also poured in. Blood was everywhere. Those disciples who were still alive could only quickly protect the younger disciples and escape. At such a critical moment, the original owner was in chaos. When facing the zombies rushing toward him, he pulled the young disciple next to him to block his claws, while he himself crawled to the ancestor's door, on top of the master's statue to avoid the attacks of the zombies below. After that, the host who was outside rushed in with his people and managed to control the situation. Faced with the accusations from everyone, no matter how eloquent the original host was, he couldn't defend himself when so many people saw it with his own eyes. Plus everyone knows how unreliable he is. Amid public outrage, the original owner had no choice but to go down the mountain. Although he had no abilities, he managed to survive in this troubled world. About a year later, he met his daughter in the base. At that time, the other party was already a well-known superpower in the base, and he was wearing a wooden whistle that the original owner had attached to his heart and given to the female student to express his affection. Coupled with the fact that the other party took the female student's last name, he immediately guessed something. He immediately stepped forward excitedly and asked his daughter to take care of him. It's just that this daughter is not as easy to coax as her mother. After learning the identity of the original owner, she became very angry, pointed at him and yelled at him, and spread the word that he had been a heartless man back then, which made her mother wait for more than 20 years and died in depression. How could he now have the nerve to let his daughter, who had never been raised for a day, raise him? After that, the original owner lived in confusion and was full of hatred for his daughter. He felt that it was unfilial to not support his father. However, the daughter was a superpower and was not a person in the base. She just stopped to recuperate with the convoy. The next day then he left. Before leaving, I didn't know if he saw that the original owner was really miserable, but he still sent someone to throw a bag of rice to him. The original owner was not grateful. Instead, he was very angry that his biological daughter sent him away with only a bag of rice. However, although he was angry, he had no way to take revenge. A few months later, the base was on the verge of being defeated by the zombie wave. Everyone fled for their lives. The original owner also left with the crowd. On the way to escape, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he met his seriously injured daughter and granddaughter in the snow. The granddaughter is 2 years old and doesn't understand anything. She sits next to her mother obediently. Seeing the original owner, her daughter's originally desperate eyes showed hope. She had no strength to speak and could only keep looking at her child, hoping that the original owner could take him away. It turns out that if he really did this, he would not have left the mother and daughter behind. He went straight forward to search, put everything he could eat and use into his pocket, and left with his daughter's blood and tears and his granddaughter's ignorant eyes. He didn't know whether the mother and daughter died later, but in such cold weather, 99% of a seriously injured person or a 2-year-old child would not survive. The original owner also failed to survive that winter. He had no ability and was unwilling to work. He also liked to deceive and deceive. Finally, he joined an organization that was famous for its fierceness and cruelty. When they needed to find a base camp that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, he'd take them to the Tianhai Temple. The disciples at Tianhai Temple never expected that they would not die under the attack of zombies or starve to death due to lack of food, but would instead be killed by their fellow humans. In that battle that could be described as a massacre, the young host, who should be called the original master's uncle, pulled the original master's collar and jumped off the cloud-top platform with him. This is the life of the original owner. Ji Chang's understood. The original owner, whoever treats him well will be harmed by him. The girl who dropped out of school and waited for him all her life was kind to him. She took him in and let him eat and drink for free. Tianhai Guan was kind to him. Although she was very angry at his abandonment of her lover, she still gave him a bag of food in the last days. Mi Liang's daughter, who can be called his treasure, is kind to him. As a result, the fate of these three parties was very bad. In the current timeline, the disciples of Tianhai Temple finally controlled the situation, and all the disciples retreated into the main hall. Unexpectedly, the injured disciples in the hall also turned into zombies. The reason why the original owner can stand so high now is because he just pushed a young disciple to block the zombies. After quickly figuring out what the situation was, Ji Chang's closed his eyes and felt the surrounding environment. He has experienced many apocalyptic worlds. Generally speaking, apocalyptic worlds come with the revival of spiritual energy. Now that there are zombies, the chance of having spiritual energy in this world is still very high. After feeling quietly for a minute, Ji Chang's finally used his 43-year-old body to capture the aura hidden in the air. Found it? He immediately sat cross-legged, made a typical Taoist seal gesture, closed his eyes and began to absorb the spiritual energy into his body. On the Tianya Bridge, which was reinforced with iron locks and modern steel plates, the young host noticed the movement in the main hall and was coming with a group of disciples behind him. Before he reached the door, he took a clear look at the scene inside the palace. The younger disciples who had not yet learned how to attack were so frightened that they cried out and ran for their lives as the zombies chased them. The older disciples used the weapons in their hands to fight the zombies. The junior brother who was following him suddenly saw something. "Brother, look at uncle." The host Du looked up in shock, following his hand, and saw Ji Chang's as expected. Many disciples were thrown to the ground and bitten, and while everyone looked panicked, only the uncle, who was sitting cross-legged on the palm of the Grand Master's huge sculpture, had a calm face and his eyes closed, motionless. "What is this doing? It's such a mess down there. Why doesn't Master, as an elder, come down and help?" Du Sun only had time to think about this before quickly joining in with his sword in hand. Although the disciples in Tianhai Temple are learning martial arts, it is not the same as before. Real swords will not be used by these disciples. Everyone uses wooden swords when practicing martial arts. Only the master has the sword passed down from the past. Even if there is only one, it must have been reported and a certificate was obtained before it was allowed to be kept in private collection. He is indeed the most promising young man of the previous host. He has very good martial arts skills and is very flexible. In addition, he holds a real sword in his hand. As soon as he joined the battle with his disciples behind him, he quickly led the zombies outside. On the Tianya Bridge, they were pushed down again. After Du Sun and the others were sure that all the zombies had been cleared, they quickly entered the hall with heavy breathing and wanted to know what was going on. Didn't the zombies just be cleared away? Why are there so many new ones? As soon as he entered, he found that all the disciples looked at his uncle sitting in the palm of the ancestor with anger. Du was stunned and asked a random disciple, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at Master Uncle?" The disciple's eyes were red, with grief and anger, and he said angrily, "I don't know why many senior brothers and sisters have become monsters just now. When we were fighting, my uncle actually pushed Yuan Qing out, causing Yuan Qing to be bitten big bite. Yuan Qing is the youngest disciple in the section. He is only 5 years old this year. He is the child of the villagers at the foot of the mountain. He was only sent to the mountain to study this year. Because Yuxiu is cute and has a well-behaved personality, the disciples in the sect all like this little junior brother who wears a little Taoist robe and runs around in the temple with short legs. Just now when someone around him turned into a zombie, they deliberately turned Yuan Qing into a zombie. Protected at the end. It's not surprising that Master Uncle would shamelessly run behind and let the juniors protect his disciples. After all, they are used to it. In the end, no one expected that when danger came, Uncle Shi would actually run for his own life and throw Yuan Qing in front of the zombie. Yuan Qing was a little kid who didn't even have the ability to resist zombies, but he was caught and viciously bitten on the arm. Although some disciples reacted quickly and snatched the person back, after the battle, others discovered that Yuan Qing had passed out unconscious, and his breathing and pulse were even weak, as if he might die at any time. When I saw the instigator sitting cross-legged on the sculpture of the founder, I couldn't help but feel resentful. Uncle Master actually did such a thing. Seeing Duzo's face full of shock, the disciples next to him also followed suit and began to testify. Master, it's true, we saw it with our own eyes. Yes, the position where Yuan Qing was standing just now was well protected by us. If my uncle hadn't thrown the child out, he would never have been bitten like this. Master, what we have seen with so many pairs of eyes, can it still be false? Those who were taken out to kill zombies were all of the same generation as Du Sun. Most of them were young Taoist priests under 30 years old. Those who stayed in the temple were even younger. The oldest was only 18 years old. Most of them had been in the temple since childhood. Those who grew up in the mountains have a more innocent temperament, and their faces are full of indignation at this moment. With so many disciples testifying, this matter was probably true. Du was stunned for a second, and soon became angry. Normally, my uncle is unkempt, doesn't attend morning classes, doesn't participate in martial arts training, and spends his days either hanging around in the back hill, playing with his cell phone in the house, and hiding in the back when killing zombies. It doesn't matter, although it makes people feel uncomfortable, but after all, he was an elder, so it was hard for him to say anything. But now, as the most senior person in Tianhai Temple, he actually pushed the youngest disciple to die. This kind of behavior cannot be done by an elder who should be respected. Du gritted his teeth in shock and looked up at his uncle, who was sitting cross-legged and forming seals with his eyes closed, as if he didn't even hear what they were saying. How could I not hear it when I was so close? I was just pretending. Uncle Master, did you push Yuan Qing just now? Ji Chang's remained motionless and ignored him. Du was stunned and became even more angry. He raised his voice and shouted again, Uncle, please come down and explain clearly whether it was you who pushed Yuan Qing. Just when he couldn't help shouting for the third time, the middle-aged Taoist priest in Taoist robes above him was finally willing to open his eyes. There was still the familiar casual look on his face, as if he didn't care about anything. What's the noise? Just wait for 3 more minutes. It was obvious that he had done something evil, but it seemed like their aggressive attitude made Du Shinayu feel angry. Uncle. There are so many juniors here now, shouldn't Uncle adopt the attitude of an elder? Ji Chang's Quan didn't notice the anxiety and anger in his tone. He closed his eyes and just said, I'm busy with something. I'll talk to you in 3 minutes. The faces of the disciples below, whose robes were stained with blood, became increasingly angry. What could be wrong with him? I've never seen him do his morning homework before. Now he's just pretending. He must be feeling guilty. He knows that his behavior just now was clearly seen by them. If you can't fool them, just delay. A 15-year-old disciple sat on the ground, hugging his little junior brother who had blood on his face and a weak breath. He started sobbing and crying. The low cries echoed in the hall. These young Taoist priests were just now. After thinking about it, whether they were the people who turned into zombies or the people who were bitten to death, they were all fellow disciples who they lived with day and night. Now, standing in the hall that had been clean in the past but now covered with blood, looking at the dead brothers, I couldn't help but feel sad. There were more and more cries, and most of them were suppressed sobs, but when combined together, they sounded very loud in the ears of the host Du Su. He looked around and saw the messy Tianhai temple that his master had handed over to him. The disciples died and were injured, the incense burner fell down and the ashes were scattered on the ground, adding to the chaos. Du was stunned just now after a bloody battle, which was already draining his energy. He was angry again and again at Ji Chang's. His face turned black and blue for a while. Finally, after seeing the surrounding situation clearly, he settled on the white body. He closed his eyes and tried to stand firm and adjust his breath. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt dizzy before his eyes, staggered a few times, and fell down suddenly. "Master! Brother!" Seeing that he was about to fall heavily to the ground, the disciples around him didn't react. They only had time to shout hastily, and it was too late to reach out to help him. No one could clearly see how Ji Chang's came down or how he supported Du Sun. It seemed that this great uncle, who was unknown in Tianhai Temple, flew down from the statue of the great ancestor and landed directly in front of Du Sun. All the disciples were shocked by Ji Chang's behavior. That 1 second he was standing in the palm of the 3-meter-high statue of the patriarch, and the next second he jumped out of thin air and landed in front of the host. The disciple closest to Du Sun still tried to support his senior brother. When Ji Chang's looked at him, he stammered, "Master, uncle, why did you jump down directly? Yeah, be good." This somewhat casual and frivolous answer was indeed the style of his uncle. But this time, this uncle, who had always been associated with the 5 words weird and unreliable in Tianhaiguan, after finishing his answer, grabbed Du Sun's wrist, quietly squeezed his pulse for a few seconds, and quickly came to a conclusion. Urgent fire attacks the heart, overwork, unstable qi and blood, and requires rest. He looked up and down in astonishment, then pushed the man who had woken up and looked surprised to his disciple and called him, "Take your senior brother to the back hall to rest." Du Sun and other disciples all looked at him blankly. Ji Chang's has been watching Tianhai for more than 10 years, but they never knew that he could even feel his pulse, and that his uncle, who never participated in morning classes and martial arts training, was so good at kung fu that he could jump accurately from a height of 3 meters. He reached the position he wanted to jump to without even moving his body. Even if he had been obsessed with martial arts all his life, the host Xian, who passed away 10 years ago, might not be able to do this. Du was stunned, his face was still a little pale, and his mind was in turmoil. He was helped to stand still, and he looked at Ji Chang's in confusion. "Uncle, what are you?" Ji Chang's only said, "Shut up, don't bother me anymore." The familiar attitude of the elders towards the younger generation, the familiar look of impatience. After being taught a lesson, the middle-aged Taoist priest, who was obviously the same as before but seemed different at the same time, shouted to the junior who was holding the unconscious Yuan Sheng. Yuan Hung. There were still tears on Yuan Hung's face, and his body was covered with the blood of his fellow disciples. When he was called, he sniffed and responded with a choked voice, "Uncle Master, Yuan Hung is here. Bring Yuan Qing here." He had just shown his hands. Treating an elder who has no ability but still giving orders is naturally different from treating an elder who seems to be very capable of giving orders. Yuan Hung wiped the tears on his face with the back of his hand, picked up his junior brother and ran away quickly. "Come over." Ji Chang's took the 5-year-old Taoist boy from his hands, held it in his hands, tapped his feet, and flew directly to the palm of the patriarch's sculpture again. The disciples standing below looked shocked, and they all looked up to where they were. "Uncle Master / Uncle Master, just now, didn't he use even the slightest bit of strength to jump up to a height of 3 meters? How can this be?" Even though they in Tianhaiguan have always advocated martial arts and practiced Qinggong, doesn't Qinggong rely on years of practice and borrowing strength? Jumping from top to bottom without any injuries is not impossible as long as you practice Qinggong well. But from the bottom up, he jumped to a height of 3 meters in the distance without using any force. No, this is not jumping anymore, this is flying, right? While everyone was astonished, Ji Chang's expression remained as usual. He just held the Taoist boy in his arms and sat down cross-legged. He tore off his clothes from the injured area and exposed his severely bitten arm. Yuan King's family was poor, but they were not without enough to eat. After his parents sent him to the mountains to study, especially because of his young age, his elders and peers loved him very much. They were the first to give him anything delicious to eat and drink, and he was the first to give him something delicious. After staying in the mountains for a year, I gained weight in vain. The little arms are like lotus roots, chubby and cute. However, at this moment, there is a very deep wound on this tender white arm. Although he was only bitten for a while, the blood at the wound had turned black at this moment. Ji Chang stretched out his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and first scratched the palm of the ancestor beneath him, then slowly raised it and landed on Yuan Qing's injured arm and shoulder. The bits of spiritual power he had just seized the opportunity to cultivate were released with his movements, and were forced out through the air along the meridians of his arms little by little. From the shoulder, he slowly pushed it to the wound. The black blood was completely forced out by the spiritual energy. Ji Chang's forced it a few more times until red blood finally flowed out of the wound. Xiao Yuan's pale complexion slowly improved. He coughed a few times and closed his eyes and cried softly. Hands down. Sure enough, this world is the traditional zombie infection method. After a zombie bites a person, the poison will travel along the muscles and veins to the heart. Once the heart veins are reached, the person will definitely die. As soon as he dies, the dead person will immediately transform into a zombie. Use your spiritual power to force out the poison, and you will always succeed. But it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. At least what Ji Chang's had just cultivated, after giving it to Yuan Qing, there was not much left in his body. He coughed weakly, raised his hand and used his spiritual power to send Yuan Qing into the arms of Yuan Heng, who was looking at a loss. Looking at the other party, he was happy that the junior brother didn't look like he was about to die, but was also shocked that the junior brother was so humiliated. It was so light when I came down. Ji Chang's continued to cross his legs and form seals, seizing the time to absorb spiritual energy. All injured disciples, expose their wounds and stand in front. The disciples were all at a loss, but when Ji Chang's was treating Yuan Qing just now, he deliberately made the wound face them. They saw clearly that the black blood on Yuan Qing's arm turned red, and everyone had vague guesses in their hearts. After all, when they entered the hall, they checked inside and outside several times to make sure there were no monsters before closing the door for repairs. Now think about it, which of the fellow disciples who suddenly turned into monsters was not injured? Just because this was their first encounter, no one expected that these things could be contagious, and they were all caught off guard, which resulted in heavy losses. Seeing that Ji Chang's had an idea, the disciples hurriedly stood in groups opposite the sculpture, exposing their injured parts, and were forced to bleed out from the distance by the always lazy and unreliable master uncle above him. Ji Chang's was sucking in spiritual energy and giving it out, feeling like a tool with no need for emotion. As for why he had to put so much effort into absorbing spiritual energy from the palm of his ancestor's hand, it was naturally not because the spiritual energy above was easy to absorb and more useful. With only the last disciple left, Ji Chang's forced out the black blood from his body, wiped the sweat from his forehead, changed the seal method, and continued to inhale the spiritual energy with his eyes closed. None of the disciples below dared to disturb him, but they were confused as to why Uncle Master/Uncle Master had to be on top. On the other hand, Du Su, who was the host after all, thought more, and figured out the key in just a few seconds. I'm afraid Uncle Master pushed Yuan Qing just so that he could climb up the statue of Grand Master. But why didn't you climb before? But after the disciples in the temple turned into monsters, they found that people bitten by these monsters could also turn into monsters before they climbed up. So, Du Su suddenly figured it out and said firmly, Uncle Master must be able to save people only if he is on top. He went up to save all the injured people. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 286. Du Sun was worthy of being the host, and the answer he came up with was exactly the same as the one Ji Chang's led him in. Although Du Sun was willing to think this way, the disciples who witnessed Xiao Yuanqing being pushed out could not agree with this. If they hadn't snatched it so quickly, how could Yuanqing have survived? But Ji Chang's had just made it clear that he had saved them, and they didn't dare to argue. The zombies outside have been cleared away, but the disciples have not left the hall. On the one hand, they were afraid of running into monsters again when they went out, and on the other hand, they were shocked by the few hands Ji Chang showed just now. Especially the injured disciples saw Ji Chang stretching out his fingers from a distance. Although there was nothing there, they could clearly feel the squeezing around the wound. As they watched the black blood being squeezed out, all the way to the red blood at the end, everyone had only one sentence left in their minds: this is not scientific. Even though they are Taoist priests, Tian Haiguan believes in martial arts and does not even believe in internal strength. How could they not be shocked and surprised when such a thing suddenly appeared, and they were so confused that they thought they were still dreaming. Therefore, even if the host made no arrangements, all the disciples subconsciously stayed where they were and looked quietly at the elders sitting cross-legged and forming seals above. Ji Chang's has been sitting there motionless for an hour to absorb the spiritual energy. The world should have just received spiritual energy now, and it is a little difficult to absorb. If he were not familiar with it, he would probably have to absorb it for a whole day to barely fill the danhai. But this can be used. The disciples below found that the master uncle who looked like a stone sculpture above him had finally moved. They looked subconsciously and could clearly see Ji Chang slowly lowering his hand. Although the palace door had been closed, a gust of wind blew out of thin air in the palace, slowly blowing towards him. When he stood up, the white robe on his body was blown back, and he had the posture of a hermit. If this scene was not awe-inspiring enough, then after he landed lightly on the ground with just a tap of his foot like before, all the disciples subconsciously bowed their heads in respect. "Uncle Master! Uncle Master!" There was also a younger disciple who was not shocked. No matter how powerful he was, so many of them watched Uncle Master push Yuanqing to the front. Seeing that everyone was silent and did not dare to mention it, he stood up and shouted, "Uncle Master, just now." Ji Chang's raised his eyes and grabbed the ground with his right hand. A wooden sword that fell on the ground in the distance came into his hand and was held in his hand. "Disciple." He swallowed and did not dare to speak. If he doesn't talk about it, Ji Chang's will still talk about it. He turned around and looked at the little Taoist boy who was being held by Yuan Heng and staring at him as he fell asleep due to blood loss. He walked over and touched Yuanqing's head. "I can't help this child." Du was stunned and asked, "Uncle Master, why did you do this to Yuanqing?" "I have heard what they said. If other disciples hadn't snatched it in time, Yuanqing would have died." Ji Chang shook his head, with a look of shame on his face. His eyes were complicated. He opened his mouth, then closed it, and finally heaved a long sigh, and without explaining, he only admitted, "It is indeed my fault. There is definitely no need to wash away the push. There are so many pairs of eyes looking at him. Even if he can turn black into white with just one mouth, he can't wash away the memories of so many people. In this case, it is better to admit it readily. This shows that I have something to hide, but I just won't tell." It is written all over his face. Du was stunned and became more and more convinced of his guess. "Uncle Master, could it be that you are in such a hurry to get on the statue of the Grand Master?" The disciples just heard what they said. Uncle Master pushed Yuanqing away and immediately got on the statue of the Grand Master. Could it be that? He looked up at the sculpture of his ancestor, and his tone gradually became more certain. What's going on here? Otherwise, why would the master's uncle have to be on top to help treat the injured disciple? The bleach was handed to him, but Ji Chang's directly chose to refuse it. The sculpture does have its meaning, but Yuanqing, I made a mistake. He looked at the sleeping Taoist boy with tears on his face. Guilt flashed through his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I want to go to the sculpture, But I can't focus on taking care of Yuan Cheng. I originally wanted to send him to Yuan Huan. Du was stunned and didn't know the situation at that time, but the faces of the disciples who had just experienced the thrill showed surprise. Yuan Huan is the eldest brother of this generation. He is already 18 years old this year and has good martial arts skills. All dangers around the position where he was standing just now have been eliminated. Yuan Cheng is indeed very safe when he is sent to him. And the direction Ji Chang's was heading when he lost Yuan Cheng was indeed towards Yuan Huan. This answer seems reasonable, but the problem is that as the senior brother, Yuan Huan was on the outermost side just now to protect his junior brothers. And Yuan Cheng was at the far end, and the distance between them was more than a few meters. How could he be thrown to Yuan Huan by just throwing him? Yuan Hung said, "Uncle, senior brother is too far away from his junior brother, isn't it?" Du Sun reacted quickly. "Since my uncle was able to deliver my junior brother to you just now, it means that he has the ability to." "Hey, that's not right, but my uncle made a mistake. Just now, he directly pushed his junior brother into danger." Looking at the guilt in Ji Chang's eyes again, everything that had just happened flashed through Du Su's mind one by one. What was on his mind, he asked cautiously. "Uncle Master, did you miss just now?" "No." Ji Chang shook his head. "I was so anxious just now that I forgot that I didn't get the spiritual power stored in the sculpture." To store spiritual power. The people present were all young people. How come they didn't know the word spiritual power? Coupled with Ji Chang's anti-Newton operation before, everyone's heartbeats immediately accelerated a bit. They all held their breath and looked nervously at this person who had always been unfamiliar. A reliable elder. Spiritual power. "Uncle Master, are you talking about the kind of spiritual power? Is it the kind of spiritual power you see in TV series and fairy tales?" Ji Chang's nodded with a deep expression. In an instant, the disciples went crazy. Although I had guessed about my uncle's strange ability before, I guess it would be different if the other party admitted it in person. In their complex expressions, which were a mixture of excitement, confusion, and shock, Ji Chang's turned his back, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the Grand Master standing tall, and let out a long sigh. "Now that the world has changed, I won't hide it from you. We at Tianhai Temple are actually cultivators of immortality. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 287. Cultivation of immortality. All the disciples were stunned when they heard this. They are Taoist priests, but in the modern world, everyone has a mobile phone. Although they live in the mountains, they don't really know the world and what it means to cultivate immortality. But here's the thing. Cultivation. This is cultivating immortality. To them, it's like modern technology suddenly appeared in the ancient world, or the Moa continent suddenly appeared in the interstellar era. Yuan Hung asked cautiously, "Uncle Master, isn't this a bit too sudden?" Ji Chang's nodded in agreement. "I know, it's hard for you to accept it when I suddenly tell you the truth, but now that Tianhai Temple has undergone a sudden change, there are some things you still need to know." He raised his eyes and looked steadily at the statue of his ancestor. "You all grew up in the temple, and you should know that our Tianhai Temple was established hundreds of years ago. The location was chosen here because the spiritual power is strongest here and is conducive to practice. Taoism was prevalent at that time, and Taoist temples were built in both prosperous cities and remote towns. However, our Tianhai Temple was the only one that was far away from the world. It was built on top of the clouds and was not worshipped by incense or in contact with the people below. This is because all the disciples in Tianhai Temple were practicing. Du's a generation. Source. Du was stunned for several seconds before he reacted, and said with a confused face, "But when my master told us about this past incident when we were young, he said that at that time, the temple was poor and there was not much money on hand." The reason why Tianhai Temple was chosen in Qingling was because of this. There is miasma everywhere, and the land is sold cheaply, and the higher the mountain, the colder it is, the less people will fight for it, so the Tianhai Temple was built on the top of the clouds. Ji Chang smiled, and there was a hint of "you are still too young" in his smile. Back then, Tianhai Temple, was the leader in Taoism. How could I be so poor? When the patriarch realized the Tao and was determined to teach it to his disciples, he was worried that Tianhai Temple would be involved in the secular world and disrupt cause and effect, so he ordered the whole temple to send away all your money, live in seclusion on the top of the clouds, and devote yourself to practice. The disciples were all shocked. Leader, leader. Haven't their elders been telling them that Tianhaiguan has been extremely poor since hundreds of years ago, so everyone must practice martial arts well and go down the mountain to make money when they are short of money? Why did he suddenly jump from a pitiful little Taoist temple to the leading position? Looking at the uncle standing in front of him, he stood with his hands tied and his eyes were deep. Have you never thought about it? Taoism has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. Why is it so popular in Angwo? It's just because, starting from hundreds of years ago, Taoism has truly entered the realm of cultivating immortals. Du was stunned, but the popularity of Taoism in Angwo was not because the king at that time believed in Taoism. These words are just used to frustrate the world. Du was startled and felt a little guilty, but it is written in the history books that although there are only 2 generations of Angwo, the first generation of monarchs was very faithful and left a lot of evidence of their faith. Of course Ji Chang's knew, he only asked Du Su. At that time, the belief in the king was the destiny of heaven, but our Taoism advocates disbelief in destiny and fighting with heaven. Do you think the king of Angwo will overthrow his destiny? He just knows Taoism and wants to fight with heaven. Just fight for your life and live forever. The disciples all suddenly understood. Yes. At that time, it was still a feudal dynasty. The king would claim to be the real dragon emperor and be governed by destiny, but Taoism did not believe in destiny. If the king really believes in religion, wouldn't that mean he has denied his destiny? But if it is for the sake of immortality, then that makes sense. As a king, if you can really live forever, why should you mention your destiny? Wouldn't it be good for him to sit in the position of the king forever and live forever? In this way, as the king of a country, the king of Angwo believed in the truth, and the logic was very smooth. Seeing their expressions of understanding, Ji Chang's let out a long sigh with melancholy on his face. Hey, I've coaxed him over again. Sure enough, children are children, and they can be bypassed without any effort. Of course, even though they had successfully fooled these children who had grown up and practiced in the mountains, the finishing work that needed to be done still had to be done. Ji Chang's, I know you have doubts about this. You want to know why Tianhaiguan, were practicing hundreds of years ago, but now, hundreds of years later, my disciples are simply practicing martial arts. How can we seize control? Of course, he took advantage of the fact that the other party didn't ask questions and asked and answered his own questions. His eyes were deep, as if looking at the statue of the patriarch, he was looking at the prosperous age of Taoism hundreds of years ago. Back then, when Tianhai Temple was established, all the disciples under my sect were very strong. Not long after it was established, it became famous in the court. However, the disciples of Tianhai Temple focused on cultivation and were not interested in being awarded official titles. They only liked walking with swords. Practicing in the world is precisely because of this, we have avoided the great catastrophe that could sweep the entire Taoist section. Du Zhen has a good history, and he quickly remembered what the Angwo catastrophe was referring to. Uncle Master, the catastrophe you are talking about is when Angwo was destroyed and many Taoist temples were destroyed in one fell swoop. Ji Chang's recalled, fabricated, it very fascinatingly, in terms of Taoism, Angwo was a prosperous and troubled time. At that time, Angwo was just an ordinary country. The old king was doing well at that time. He wanted to join Taoism to find the way to immortality. But he failed to do so until his death. After the old king passed away, the new king came to the throne. The new king is different from his father, who was obsessed with immortality. He also admires Taoism, but what he wants is to use the power of Taoism to annex other countries. At that time, many Taoist temples were used by the new king. With Taoism joining in, the annexation of other countries went very smoothly. However, in Taoist practice, the most taboo thing is to involve cause and effect. Although we compete with God for fate, the only thing we can compete for is our own life. If forcibly interfering in other people's lives will naturally lead to backlash. The disciples listened intently. Even the youngest Yuan Qing opened his eyes red from crying without blinking. When he saw Ji Chang stopped with a look of sadness on his face, he asked in a sweet voice with a hint of sobs, "Uncle Master, did they suffer backlash later on?" "Yes, you forcibly messed up the fate of the country and used your own cultivation to attack other countries. How could you not suffer backlash?" That day, thunder struck the sky and shattered countless Taoist temples. Many disciples died in the thunder. The thunder from the sky continued to strike for 3 days and 3 nights. The situation changed dramatically and the day turned dark. It was so terrifying. The people were hiding at home and did not dare to go out, and the new king in the palace did not dare to venture out. When everything calmed down, the Taoist temples that participated in the government were in tatters, and the Taoist priests who took the lead in participating realized that they had committed a crime. What a heinous crime it was that caused the whole family to suffer, and it was too late to regret it. Most of them were haunted by inner demons and were depressed but happy. Later, the matter was sealed and no one dared to mention it. Even if it was passed down, it sounded like a lie made up by Zhou Guo to show that the capture of Angwo was in accordance with Tian's will. Du was stunned after hearing this. In the unofficial history, there is indeed a description of the time when Angwo was destroyed. It is said that because the king of Angwo caused trouble to the people and did many evil things, God punished him, and thunder struck the palace for 3 days and 3 nights. When the sky thunder stopped, Angwo was exhausted and had no intention of resisting anymore. Zhou State took the opportunity to lead troops to attack and destroy Angwo. But unofficial history is sometimes extremely exaggerated, and sometimes written like a fairy tale. This section is precisely because it looks too much like a fairy tale, so no one believes it. Even if someone has studied this record, they have said that this may indeed be the case. It was already a rainy season at that time, and the palace was the tallest building in the country. It was normal for lightning to strike down. If it rained for a few days, the thunder would strike again. After all, the Zhou kingdom destroyed other people's countries. In order to show that they were not cruel but that Angwo's energy was exhausted, they just complied with the destiny and exaggerated the thunderstorms into darkness. It was normal. No one believed that the thunder struck for 3 days and 3 nights would really happen. Until Ji Chang's told them with a serious face that this was true. Since then, no one can practice Taoism. Yuan Qing listened with seriousness on his face. Is it because you were punished for doing something wrong that you don't dare to practice? No. Ji Chang shook his head. After the thunder stopped, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for Taoist practice disappeared. Without spiritual energy, even if Taoism has ever embarked on the path of spiritual practice, it will not be able to move a step. Reiki. The disciples with good memories suddenly thought of Ji Chang's previous words to retrieve the spiritual energy placed on the statue of the patriarch. Uncle Master just kept sitting on it and couldn't get down. Is it just absorbing spiritual energy from it? Du was stunned and asked, Uncle Master, since there is no spiritual energy in the world, why did you just? Did Grand Master tell you this? Why have my disciples never heard of it? It stands to reason that such a secret matter should be passed down from generation to generation, and only the host should be informed. He was not surprised when the Grand Master told his direct disciple, but as the host, shouldn't he also know about it? Ji Chang shook his head. Your master doesn't know about this either. He only thinks that our Tianhai temple is just an ordinary Taoist temple that only knows some martial arts. Du's eyes were full of surprise. But, uncle, you are a disciple of Grand Master. If he doesn't know about it, how do you know about it? Ji Chang's looked at the statue of his ancestor. Have you ever heard of the art of military solution? Do you know that when Tianhai Temple was first established, there were 13 direct disciples? Du replied in shock, of course I know. Ji Chang's, I am the 14th. Du was stunned. Other disciples. Ji Chang's looked at the patriarch. He must not mind having more direct disciples after having an additional cultivator character. He was right to say so. The patriarch only had 13 disciples, and when he called him master, he was not the 14th. It's really shameful that you have to force yourself to become a disciple at such an old age. I heard that my ancestor's greatest wish during his lifetime was to become famous all over the world. He will definitely work hard to spread the word. These young disciples were so shocked that they were speechless. This, how is it possible? The founder of Tianhai Temple passed away hundreds of years ago. This world is different from the world Ji Chang's encountered before. It may be because of the prosperity of Taoism. There are all kinds of sects, and everyone worships their own ancestors. How could the disciples of my ancestor not know all kinds of things? I had never heard that my ancestor had accepted a 14th disciple. And the most important thing is, even if it is really accepted. After hundreds of years, how could Ji Chang stand in front of them so well? If Ji Chang's had told them this kind of thing before, they would have never believed it. But now, they are shocked, confused, and at a loss, and they actually feel dubious in their hearts. After all, immortal cultivators have appeared, and it seems normal for the disciples of the founder from hundreds of years ago to travel hundreds of years later, right? Because Yuan Qing was the youngest, he was the calmest among the people. He just asked out of curiosity, Uncle Master, haven't you lived for hundreds of years? When Ji Chang saw the child obediently raising his hair and asking questions, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, touched Yuan Qing's little head, and said softly, that's not true. Back then, I had the best talent among my brothers, but I had bad health. My life is over, Master. Grand Master was reluctant to let me leave early, so he thought of a way to deceive the way of heaven and erase my existence in this world. Then I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, I had already it's a baby. Wuthang, rebirth. Du Xian, time travel. Okay, it seems like they usually read novels. Ji Chang shook his head, it doesn't count. It should be regarded as reincarnation. I am still me, but I have more memories of my previous life. Master Ancestor acted like this. I am afraid he also anticipated the decline of Taoism. Please teach me not to forget the inheritance. Du Su was already in chaos. Forget about him, all the other disciples who have a clear mind and normal outlook feel like they have passed through thousands of alpacas. Uncle Master, who has been living in a Taoist temple for more than 10 years, is not only a useless person, but also a cultivator of immortality. Not only is he an immortal cultivator, he is actually one of the ancestors from hundreds of years ago. It's all so fantasy. But within the same day, I experienced my classmates turn into zombies and bite people. Being bitten by a zombie will be contagious. My uncle can jump 3 meters high like a flea. My uncle uses spiritual power to remove zombie poison. My uncle can get rid of zombie poison with spiritual power after my uncle said that they in Tianhai Temple are cultivators of immortality. My uncle is actually my great uncle, my wife, my great uncle seems very reasonable. Du Sun, who had become the leader of this generation since the death of the host, was completely confused. His mind was in chaos and he didn't know what to think. After thinking for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Uncle, no, Mrs. Madam, nor, Uncle Grandmaster. Ji Changs, based on your seniority in this life, just call me Uncle. Du was stunned, Master, Uncle. Then, just now you said that there is no spiritual energy in the world, but you just used spiritual energy again. How did you do this? Ji Changs made it up seriously. It was true that hundreds of years ago I had no spiritual energy at all, but I discovered it after I was born. Hearing the words after birth, the flesh on the faces of all the disciples present bounced. I'm afraid no one can have an experience like theirs. Listening to our uncle who has become an ancestor tell the story of his birth. This title is exciting enough no matter where it is placed. Ji Changs continued, at that time, I discovered that although spiritual power is so thin that it is almost non-existent, it is indeed there, and it is best to practice before the age of 5. I was also very lucky to meet my parents. Lucky enough to meet your parents? Could it be that when Uncle Master's parents saw Uncle Master, who was different from ordinary people, they not only did not regard him as a monster, but also protected him and helped him practice? Then the disciples, who were replaying a very touching scene in their minds, heard Ji Chang say in a very pleased tone, they gave birth to a child out of wedlock, and no one wanted me, so they abandoned me at the door of the orphanage. They are really lucky. Disciples. Du was stunned and stammered. He was curious, confused and afraid of stepping on his uncle's trap. He asked cautiously, Master, Uncle, you were thrown away, are you still lucky? Nature. Ji Changs had an expression on his face that said, isn't this a matter of course? As a cultivator, the most taboo thing is to be involved in cause and effect with others. They are my parents, and they were born to be my cause and effect. But when they abandoned me, their involvement with me was naturally broken. I can practice with peace of mind without being distracted. If I am raised by them and have feelings for them, how can I resist not helping them when they encounter any difficulties? After the thunder of that year, cultivators can no longer interfere with other people's cause and effect, especially destiny. If the destiny is messed up, you will suffer backlash. If your parents are in trouble, you will naturally want to help, but if you help, you will suffer backlash. If you don't help, what will happen? Can be the son of man. He sighed with a bit of luck, when they threw me away, I was relieved. Disciples. Although the logic was sound, when they heard their ancestors so grateful that they were thrown away at birth, they still felt the huge generation gap between themselves and their ancestors hundreds of years ago. No, this is not a generation gap. It's simply a trench. Ji Changs did not look at the strange expressions on the faces of these juniors at all, and continued, later I grew up in an orphanage. Hundreds of years later, the country of China was really good, and it also took good care of orphans. I was taken care of. It's great. I really can't go to Tianhai Temple, I can only accept the situation, learn and grow up. Later, I slowly discovered that the current country is really much stronger than before. Even if you don't practice, living as an ordinary person is more comfortable than that of the princes and nobles hundreds of years ago. Slowly, yes, I stopped thinking about Angguo and Tianhaiguan, and just wanted to live a peaceful life as an ordinary Chinese. The disciples felt as if they had listened to a life experience of a boss with its ups and downs. Yuan Qing discovered a blind spot, but my uncle still came to our Tianhai to watch. Is it because he missed home too much? The expression on Ji Chang's face paused. It was the first time that the disciples around him saw him showing such a complicated expression, and they all looked at him very carefully. Yuan Hung even gently covered Yuan Qing's mouth and smiled apologetically at Ji Chang's, Uncle Master, don't argue with Yuan Qing. He is young and ignorant and asks random questions. Fine. Ji Chang's wiped his face, and the expression on his face became relaxed again, as if he had turned into the unsteady uncle familiar to his disciples, wandering here and there every day, not doing morning lessons or practicing martial arts. I betrayed my karma, suffered backlash, and almost lost my life. It was Master who saved me. He didn't know my true identity or that I was practicing. He just thought that I was good at Taoism and wanted me to return with him. View of the sky and sea. Du thought in amazement that this was indeed something that the Grand Master could do. Grand Master has been fond of martial arts all his life. He never gave up practicing martial arts after becoming a disciple of Tianhai Temple. When he was young, the country of China had not yet been settled. At that time, Grand Master loved to carry a sword on his back. Later, I couldn't change this habit. I still like to walk around even when I am very old. At that time, communication was not so developed, and there was not as complete a system as it is now. I heard from his master that every time Taishi went down the mountain, he could magically collect it. The apprentice returns. He waited until he was older and the Chinese system was perfected. Every child was the treasure of the parents. They couldn't just pick up apprentices as they did before. Then he gave up and slowly stopped going down the mountain. Ji Chang's could say such words, so he naturally knew the character of the old host. Speaking of which, the old host did indeed save the original owner. As a 70-year-old old man, he always wears a Taoist robe when he goes down the mountain. Taoism believes in restraining oneself and not restraining others, so he will never point at others unless someone bumps into his hand. He will give people a few words of advice. Of course, a person who can bully an old man cannot be persuaded to abandon evil and promote good in a few words, so every time the old host always talks nicely first, and if the explanation doesn't make sense, then the force value is increased. I have developed this skill since I was a child. It is so easy to beat someone until the whole body hurts but no scars can be seen on the outside. Every time I try to persuade someone with virtue, the person cries for mercy and swears to the heavens to start a new life. The old host will be satisfied and leave tremblingly on crutches. It's just that he didn't expect that the evil people in the world are not all those who look fierce. There are also the original owners who look kind on the outside, but in fact they are just dormant and waiting for opportunities. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the old host has been up the mountain since he was a child. Every time he comes down the mountain and encounters bad people, he convinces them with virtue. He has never suffered a loss, so naturally he can't learn any lessons. Having said that, the disciples all know the old host's behavior. As soon as Ji Chang said that the old host saved him, they all automatically figured out that this was another act of persuading people with virtue to do good deeds. I was just stunned, but there was still one thing I didn't quite understand. Uncle Master, you said that your parents abandoned you at the gate of the orphanage. In this case, they have nothing to do with you. How did you mess up your destiny and get the backlash? Ji Chang's glanced at him indifferently. It's just an old thing. Even if we don't care about the sorrow and anger hundreds of years ago, I am also your elder now, and I can still say a few words to you. Now that our Tianhai temple has become like this, we still don't know what is going on at the bottom of the mountain, and the disciples have not been comforted yet. What I have just said to you is to tell you that the world has changed, and the spiritual power in the air is slowly increasing. I, Tianhai Guan, can embark on the path of cultivating immortality again. As the host, you don't want to think about how to arrange everything else. Why are you just asking about these old things? Du was stunned. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and turned to the door. I'm going to practice pranayama. You should take good care of these disciples. Think about everything you need to do next and write it down on a memo. I'll ask for it when I come back in 2 hours. I saw the memo you wrote. Then, he flew directly to the top of the cloud peak opposite. From the eyes of the disciples, they could vaguely see him sitting cross-legged and forming mudra with his hands, as if he was practicing. Du was stunned. With a confused look on his face, he asked his junior brother standing next to him, "Uncle, why does he look like he's angry?" The junior brother felt sad. "Senior brother, it's not just looking at him, he is obviously angry, and he is still angry with you." Du was stunned. "I didn't say anything just now. Why did my uncle suddenly become so angry? He wasn't like this before." "Hey, no, my uncle was like this before. This is also the reason why the disciples don't like this master uncle. As an elder, I should be tolerant of the younger generation, but what about my uncle? Even if he is casual every day, he still gets angry at every turn." The atmosphere became tense, and the juniors were too embarrassed to talk back, so they could only admit guilt and apologize. Over time, the disciples' resentment towards this uncle became deeper and deeper, and they couldn't understand why there were such unreasonable elders in the world. "Uncle Master, what was the reason for being angry in the past?" "Most of it is because our family members bring food and drinks, right? If my uncle catches me while delivering money and food, he will definitely be angry. A person can be angry for a long time if he is locked in a room. In the past, when Taishifu was here, fortunately, since the great master left, it has become more and more powerful." Du thought for a long time in shock and suddenly realized, is this why master was angry just now? Junior brother reminded him. "You didn't mention your family just now." "Yes." Du Sun was so stimulated today that his mind couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. "What did I just say? By the way, I asked my uncle where the cause and effect were involved, and why did he suffer the consequences. It's backfired." The junior brother thought for a while. Could it be that uncle is like this because of his family? Isn't this why he gets angry every time? Have you forgotten what my uncle just said? He was abandoned by his parents. And my uncle is not sad about this at all. He is very lucky. How could he have a family? Junior brother, family does not have to be parents. Wife and children are also family members. Our Tianhai temple does not prevent people from marrying and having children. However, since my uncle is devoted to Taoism, I am afraid he will not marry and have children. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of money? According to what Uncle Master just said, if there is cause and effect, it's okay. If something happens to your family, if you help, it will backfire. If you don't help, you may go crazy. Uncle Master is devoted to the Tao, so there is no reason to do it. Find your own weaknesses." Du Sun felt that what he said made sense and nodded, then asked, "So why is Uncle Master angry?" Junior brother. He doesn't know either. The two of them looked at the Taoists sitting on the top of the cloud peak in the distance. The cold wind gusted, but it seemed that the method had no effect on the uncle. He just closed his eyes tightly and formed seals with his hands, as if he was immersed in practice and couldn't extricate himself. Only his eyebrows were deeply locked together, as if he had encountered something very entangled, and he did not let go for a long time. "I feel like Uncle Shi is a little unhappy." "I feel so too. Should we coax our uncle? He just saved so many people." But something suddenly occurred to me. "What's up?" Uncle Master seemed to be unhappy every day before. As soon as these words came out, all the disciples suddenly realized. Yes, Uncle Master used to be unhappy every day, so isn't it normal for him to be unhappy? They used to think that the uncle was unhappy because the position of host was not given to him, but now it seems that the uncle is cultivating immortality, so naturally he will not be resentful about such a small host position. However, since Uncle Master can practice cultivation, why are he still unhappy every day? If it were them who could practice cultivation, I don't know how happy they would be. Hey, my uncle's heart is like a needle in the sea. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 288. Cultivation, cultivation of immortality. All the disciples were stunned when they heard this. They are Taoist priests, but in the modern world, everyone has a mobile phone. Although they live in the mountains, they don't really know the world and what it means to cultivate immortality. But here's the thing. Cultivation. This is cultivating immortality. To them, it's like modern technology suddenly appeared in the ancient world, or the Moa continent suddenly appeared in the interstellar era. Yuan Hung asked cautiously, "Uncle Master, isn't this a bit too sudden?" Ji Chang's nodded in agreement. "I know, it's hard for you to accept it when I suddenly tell you the truth, but now that Tianhai Temple has undergone a sudden change, there are some things you still need to know." He raised his eyes and looked steadily at the statue of his ancestor. "You all grew up in the temple, and you should know that our Tianhai Temple was established hundreds of years ago. The location was chosen here because the spiritual power is strongest here and is conducive to practice. Taoism was prevalent at that time, and Taoist temples were built in both prosperous cities and remote towns. However, our Tianhai Temple was the only one that was far away from the world. It was built on top of the clouds and was not worshipped by incense or in contact with the people below. This is because all the disciples in Tianhai Temple were practicing. Du's a generation. Source. Du was stunned for several seconds before he reacted, and said with a confused face, "But when my master told us about this past incident when we were young, he said that at that time, the temple was poor and there was not much money on hand. The reason why Tianhai Temple was chosen in Qingling was because of this. There is miasma everywhere, and the land is sold cheaply, and the higher the mountain, the colder it is, the less people will fight for it, so the Tianhai Temple was built on the top of the clouds." Ji Chang smiled, and there was a hint of "you are still too young" in his smile. "Back then, Tianhai Temple, was the leader in Taoism. How could I be so poor?" When the patriarch realized the Tao and was determined to teach it to his disciples, he was worried that Tianhai Temple would be involved in the secular world and disrupt cause and effect, so he ordered the whole temple to send away all your money, live in seclusion on the top of the clouds, and devote yourself to practice. The disciples were all shocked. Leader, haven't their elders been telling them that Tianhaiguan has been extremely poor since hundreds of years ago, so everyone must practice martial arts well and go down the mountain to make money when they are short of money? Why did he suddenly jump from a pitiful little Taoist temple to the leading position? Looking at the uncle standing in front of him, he stood with his hands tied and his eyes were deep. Have you never thought about it? Taoism has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. Why is it so popular in Angwo? It's just because, starting from hundreds of years ago, Taoism has truly entered the realm of cultivating immortals. Du was stunned, but the popularity of Taoism in Angwo was not because the king at that time believed in Taoism. These words are just used to frustrate the world. Du was startled and felt a little guilty, but it is written in the history books that although there are only 2 generations of Angwo, the first generation of monarchs was very faithful and left a lot of evidence of their faith. Of course Ji Chang's knew, he only asked Du Su. At that time, the belief in the king was the destiny of heaven, but our Taoism advocates disbelief in destiny and fighting with heaven. Do you think the king of Angwo will overthrow his destiny? He just knows Taoism and wants to fight with heaven. Just fight for your life and live forever. The disciples all suddenly understood. Yes. At that time, it was still a feudal dynasty. The king would claim to be the real dragon emperor and be governed by destiny, but Taoism did not believe in destiny. If the king really believes in religion, wouldn't that mean he has denied his destiny? But if it is for the sake of immortality, then that makes sense. As a king, if you can really live forever, why should you mention your destiny? Wouldn't it be good for him to sit in the position of the king forever and live forever? In this way, as the king of a country, the king of Angwo believed in the truth, and the logic was very smooth. Seeing their expressions of understanding, Ji Chang's let out a long sigh with melancholy on his face. Hey, I've coaxed him over again. Sure enough, children are children, and they can be bypassed without any effort. Of course, even though they had successfully fooled these children who had grown up and practiced in the mountains, the finishing work that needed to be done still had to be done. Ji Changs, I know you have doubts about this. You want to know why I, Tian Haiguan, were practicing hundreds of years ago, but now, hundreds of years later, my disciples are simply practicing martial arts. How can we seize control? Of course, he took advantage of the fact that the other party didn't ask questions and asked and answered his own questions. His eyes were deep, as if looking at the statue of the patriarch, he was looking at the prosperous age of Taoism hundreds of years ago. Back then, when Tianhai Temple was established, all the disciples under my sect were very strong. Not long after it was established, it became famous in the court. However, the disciples of Tianhai Temple focused on cultivation and were not interested in being awarded official titles. They only liked walking with swords. Practicing in the world is precisely because of this, we have avoided the great catastrophe that could sweep the entire Taoist section. Du Zhen has a good history, and he quickly remembered what the Angwo catastrophe was referring to. Uncle Master, the catastrophe you are talking about is when Angwo was destroyed and many Taoist temples were destroyed in one fell swoop. Ji Changs recalled, fabricated, it very fascinatingly, in terms of Taoism, Angwo was a prosperous and troubled time. At that time, Angwo was just an ordinary country. The old king was doing well at that time. He wanted to join Taoism to find the way to immortality. But he failed to do so until his death. After the old king passed away, the new king came to the throne. The new king is different from his father who was obsessed with immortality. He also admires Taoism, but what he wants is to use the power of Taoism to annex other countries. At that time, many Taoist temples were used by the new king. With Taoism joining in, the annexation of other countries went very smoothly. However, in Taoist practice, the most taboo thing is to involve cause and effect. Although we compete with God for fate, the only thing we can compete for is our own life. If forcibly interfering in other people's lives will naturally lead to backlash. The disciples listened intently, even the youngest Yuan Qing opened his eyes red from crying without blinking. When he saw Ji Chang stopped with a look of sadness on his face, he asked in a sweet voice with a hint of sobs, Uncle Master, did they suffer backlash later on? Yes, you forcibly messed up the fate of the country and used your own cultivation to attack other countries. How could you not suffer backlash? That day, thunder struck the sky and shattered countless Taoist temples. Many disciples died in the thunder. The thunder from the sky continued to strike for 3 days and 3 nights. The situation changed dramatically and the day turned dark. It was so terrifying. The people were hiding at home and did not dare to go out, and the new king in the palace did not dare to venture out. When everything calmed down, the Taoist temples that participated in the government were in tatters, and the Taoist priests who took the lead in participating realized that they had committed a crime. What a heinous crime it was that caused the whole family to suffer, and it was too late to regret it. Most of them were haunted by inner demons and were depressed but happy. Later, the matter was sealed and no one dared to mention it. Even if it was passed down, it sounded like a lie made up by Zhou Guo to show that the capture of Angwo was in accordance with Tian's will. Du was stunned after hearing this. In the unofficial history, there is indeed a description of the time when Angwo was destroyed. It is said that because the king of Angwo caused trouble to the people and did many evil things, God punished him, and thunder struck the palace for 3 days and 3 nights. When the sky thunder stopped, Angwo was exhausted and had no intention of resisting anymore. Zhou State took the opportunity to lead troops to attack and destroy Angwo. But unofficial history is sometimes extremely exaggerated, and sometimes written like a fairy tale. This section is precisely because it looks too much like a fairy tale, so no one believes it. Even if someone has studied this record, they have said that this may indeed be the case. It was already a rainy season at that time, and the palace was the tallest building in the country. It was normal for lightning to strike down. If it rained for a few days, the thunder would strike again. After all, the Zhou kingdom destroyed other people's countries. In order to show that they were not cruel but that Angguo's energy was exhausted, they just complied with the destiny and exaggerated the thunderstorms into darkness. It was normal. No one believed that the thunder struck for 3 days and 3 nights would really happen. Until Ji Chang's told them with a serious face that this was true. Since then, no one can practice Taoism. Yuan Qing listened with seriousness on his face. Is it because you were punished for doing something wrong that you don't dare to practice? No. Ji Chang shook his head. After the thunder stopped, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for Taoist practice disappeared. Without spiritual energy, even if Taoism has ever embarked on the path of spiritual practice, it will not be able to move a step. Reiki. The disciples with good memories suddenly thought of Ji Chang's previous words to retrieve the spiritual energy placed on the statue of the patriarch. Uncle Master just kept sitting on it and couldn't get down. Is it just absorbing spiritual energy from it? Du was stunned and asked, Uncle Master, since there is no spiritual energy in the world, why did you just? Did Grand Master tell you this? Why have my disciples never heard of it? It stands to reason that such a secret matter should be passed down from generation to generation, and only the host should be informed. He was not surprised when the Grand Master told his direct disciple, but as the host, shouldn't he also know about it? Ji Chang shook his head. Your master doesn't know about this either. He only thinks that our Tianhai temple is just an ordinary Taoist temple that only knows some martial arts. Du's eyes were full of surprise. But, uncle, you are a disciple of Grand Master. If he doesn't know about it, how do you know about it? Ji Chang's looked at the statue of his ancestor. Have you ever heard of the art of military solution? Do you know that when Tianhai Temple was first established, there were 13 direct disciples? Du replied in shock, of course I know. Ji Chang's, I am the 14th. Du was stunned. Other disciples. Ji Chang's looked at the patriarch. He must not mind having more direct disciples after having an additional cultivator character. He was right to say so. The patriarch only had 13 disciples, and when he called him master, he was not the 14th. It's really shameful that you have to force yourself to become a disciple at such an old age. I heard that my ancestor's greatest wish during his lifetime was to become famous all over the world. He will definitely work hard to spread the word. These young disciples were so shocked that they were speechless. This, how is it possible? The founder of Tianhai Temple passed away hundreds of years ago. This world is different from the world Ji Chang's encountered before. It may be because of the prosperity of Taoism. There are all kinds of sects, and everyone worships their own ancestors. How could the disciples of my ancestor not know all kinds of things? I had never heard that my ancestor had accepted a 14th disciple. And the most important thing is, even if it is really accepted. After hundreds of years, how could Ji Chang stand in front of them so well? If Ji Chang's had told them this kind of thing before, they would have never believed it. But now, they are shocked, confused, and at a loss, and they actually feel dubious in their hearts. After all, immortal cultivators have appeared, and it seems normal for the disciples of the founder from hundreds of years ago to travel hundreds of years later, right? Because Yuan Qing was the youngest, he was the calmest among the people. He just asked out of curiosity, Uncle Master, haven't you lived for hundreds of years? When Ji Chang saw the child obediently raising his hair and asking questions, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, touched Yuan Qing's little head, and said softly, that's not true. Back then, I had the best talent among my brothers, but I had bad health. My life is over, Master, Grandmaster was reluctant to let me leave early, so he thought of a way to deceive the way of heaven and erase my existence in this world. Then I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, I had already it's a baby. What hung, rebirth. Du Xian, time travel. Okay, it seems like they usually read novels. Ji Chang shook his head, it doesn't count. It should be regarded as reincarnation. I am still me, but I have more memories of my previous life. Master Ancestor acted like this. I am afraid he also anticipated the decline of Taoism. Please teach me not to forget the inheritance. Du Su was already in chaos. Forget about him, all the other disciples who have a clear mind and normal outlook feel like they have passed through thousands of alpacas. Uncle Master, who has been living in a Taoist temple for more than 10 years, is not only a useless person, but also a cultivator of immortality. Not only is he an immortal cultivator, he is actually one of the ancestors from hundreds of years ago. It's all so fantasy. But within the same day, I experienced my classmates turn into zombies and bite people. Being bitten by a zombie will be contagious. My uncle can jump 3 meters high like a flea. My uncle uses spiritual power to remove zombie poison. My uncle can get rid of zombie poison with spiritual power after my uncle said that they in Tian Hai Temple are cultivators of immortality. My uncle is actually my great uncle, my wife, my great uncle seems very reasonable. Du Sun, who had become the leader of this generation since the death of the host, was completely confused. His mind was in chaos and he didn't know what to think. After thinking for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Uncle, no, MRS Madam, nor, Uncle Grandmaster. Ji Chang's, based on your seniority in this life, just call me Uncle. Du was stunned, Master Uncle. Then, just now you said that there is no spiritual energy in the world, but you just used spiritual energy again. How did you do this? Ji Chang's made it up seriously. It was true that hundreds of years ago I had no spiritual energy at all, but I discovered it after I was born. Hearing the words after birth, the flesh on the faces of all the disciples present bounced. I'm afraid no one can have an experience like theirs. Listening to our uncle who has become an ancestor tell the story of his birth. This title is exciting enough no matter where it is placed. Ji Chang's continued, at that time, I discovered that although spiritual power is so thin that it is almost non-existent, it is indeed there, and it is best to practice before the age of 5. I was also very lucky to meet my parents. Lucky enough to meet your parents? Could it be that when Uncle Master's parents saw Uncle Master who was different from ordinary people, they not only did not regard him as a monster, but also protected him and helped him practice? Then the disciples, who were replaying a very touching scene in their minds, heard Ji Chang say in a very pleased tone, they gave birth to a child out of wedlock, and no one wanted me, so they abandoned me at the door of the orphanage. They are really lucky. Disciples. Du was stunned and stammered. He was curious, confused and afraid of stepping on his uncle's trap. He asked cautiously, Master, Uncle, you were thrown away, are you still lucky? Nature. Ji Chang's had an expression on his face that said, isn't this a matter of course? As a cultivator, the most taboo thing is to be involved in cause and effect with others. They are my parents, and they were born to be my cause and effect. But when they abandoned me, their involvement with me was naturally broken. I can practice with peace of mind without being distracted. If I am raised by them and have feelings for them, how can I resist not helping them when they encounter any difficulties? After the thunder of that year, cultivators can no longer interfere with other people's cause and effect, especially destiny. If the destiny is messed up, you will suffer backlash. If your parents are in trouble, you will naturally want to help, but if you help, you will suffer backlash. If you don't help, what will happen? Can be the Son of Man. He sighed with a bit of luck. When they threw me away, I was relieved. Disciples. Although the logic was sound, when they heard their ancestors so grateful that they were thrown away at birth, they still felt the huge generation gap between themselves and their ancestors hundreds of years ago. No, this is not a generation gap. It's simply a trench. Ji Changs did not look at the strange expressions on the faces of these juniors at all, and continued, later I grew up in an orphanage. Hundreds of years later, the country of China was really good, and it also took good care of orphans. I was taken care of. It's great. I really can't go to Tianhai Temple, I can only accept the situation, learn and grow up. Later, I slowly discovered that the current country is really much stronger than before. Even if you don't practice, living as an ordinary person is more comfortable than that of the princes and nobles hundreds of years ago. Slowly, yes, I stopped thinking about Angguo and Tianhaiguan, and just wanted to live a peaceful life as an ordinary Chinese. The disciples felt as if they had listened to a life experience of a boss with its ups and downs. Yuan Qing discovered a blind spot, but my uncle still came to our Tianhai to watch. Is it because he missed home too much? The expression on Ji Chang's face paused. It was the first time that the disciples around him saw him showing such a complicated expression, and they all looked at him very carefully. Yuan Hung even gently covered Yuan Qing's mouth and smiled apologetically at Ji Chang's. Uncle Master, don't argue with Yuan Qing. He is young and ignorant and asks random questions. Fine. Ji Chang's wiped his face, and the expression on his face became relaxed again, as if he had turned into the unsteady uncle familiar to his disciples, wandering here and there every day, not doing morning lessons or practicing martial arts. I betrayed my karma, suffered backlash, and almost lost my life. It was Master who saved me. He didn't know my true identity or that I was practicing. He just thought that I was good at Taoism and wanted me to return with him. View of the sky and sea. Du thought in amazement that this was indeed something that the Grand Master could do. Grand Master has been fond of martial arts all his life. He never gave up practicing martial arts after becoming a disciple of Tianhai Temple. When he was young, the country of China had not yet been settled. At that time, Grand Master loved to carry a sword on his back. Later, I couldn't change this habit. I still like to walk around even when I am very old. At that time, communication was not so developed, and there was not as complete a system as it is now. I heard from his master that every time Taishi went down the mountain, he could magically collect it. The apprentice returns. He waited until he was older and the Chinese system was perfected. Every child was the treasure of the parents. They couldn't just pick up apprentices as they did before. Then he gave up and slowly stopped going down the mountain. Ji Changs could say such words, so he naturally knew the character of the old host. Speaking of which, the old host did indeed save the original owner. As a 70-year-old old man, he always wears a Taoist robe when he goes down the mountain. Taoism believes in restraining oneself and not restraining others, so he will never point at others unless someone bumps into his hand. He will give people a few words of advice. Of course, a person who can bully an old man cannot be persuaded to abandon evil and promote good in a few words, so every time the old host always talks nicely first, and if the explanation doesn't make sense, then the force value is increased. I have developed this skill since I was a child. It is so easy to beat someone until the whole body hurts but no scars can be seen on the outside. Every time I try to persuade someone with virtue, the person cries for mercy and swears to the heavens to start a new life. The old host will be satisfied and leave tremblingly on crutches. It's just that he didn't expect that the evil people in the world are not all those who look fierce. There are also the original owners who look kind on the outside, but in fact they are just dormant and waiting for opportunities. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the old host has been up the mountain since he was a child. Every time he comes down the mountain and encounters bad people, he convinces them with virtue. He has never suffered a loss, so naturally he can't learn any lessons. Having said that, the disciples all know the old host's behavior. As soon as Ji Chang said that the old host saved him, they all automatically figured out that this was another act of persuading people with virtue to do good deeds. I was just stunned, but there was still one thing I didn't quite understand. Uncle Master, you said that your parents abandoned you at the gate of the orphanage. In this case, they have nothing to do with you. How did you mess up your destiny and get the backlash? Ji Chang's glanced at him indifferently. It's just an old thing. Even if we don't care about the sorrow and anger hundreds of years ago, I am also your elder now, and I can still say a few words to you. Now that our Tianhai temple has become like this, we still don't know what is going on at the bottom of the mountain, and the disciples have not been comforted yet. What I have just said to you is to tell you that the world has changed, and the spiritual power in the air is slowly increasing. I, Tianhai Guan, can embark on the path of cultivating immortality again. As the host, you don't want to think about how to arrange everything else. Why are you just asking about these old things? Du was stunned. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and turned to the door. I'm going to practice pranayama. You should take good care of these disciples. Think about everything you need to do next and write it down on a memo. I'll ask for it when I come back in 2 hours. I saw the memo you wrote. Then, he flew directly to the top of the cloud peak opposite. From the eyes of the disciples, they could vaguely see him sitting cross-legged and forming mudra with his hands, as if he was practicing. Du was stunned. With a confused look on his face, he asked his junior brother standing next to him, "Uncle, why does he look like he's angry?" The junior brother felt sad. "Senior brother, it's not just looking at him, he is obviously angry, and he is still angry with you." Du was stunned. I didn't say anything just now. Why did my uncle suddenly become so angry? He wasn't like this before. Hey, no, my uncle was like this before. This is also the reason why the disciples don't like this master uncle. As an elder, I should be tolerant of the younger generation, but what about my uncle? Even if he is casual every day, he still gets angry at every turn. The atmosphere became tense, and the juniors were too embarrassed to talk back, so they could only admit guilt and apologize. Over time, the disciples' resentment towards this uncle became deeper and deeper, and they couldn't understand why there were such unreasonable elders in the world. Uncle Master, what was the reason for being angry in the past? Most of it is because our family members bring food and drinks, right? If my uncle catches me while delivering money and food, he will definitely be angry. A person can be angry for a long time if he is locked in a room. In the past, when Taishifu was here, fortunately, since the great master left, it has become more and more powerful. Du thought for a long time in shock and suddenly realized, is this why master was angry just now? Junior brother reminded him. You didn't mention your family just now. Yes. Du Sun was so stimulated today that his mind couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. What did I just say? By the way, I asked my uncle where the cause and effect were involved, and why did he suffer the consequences. It's backfired. The junior brother thought for a while. Could it be that uncle is like this because of his family? Isn't this why he gets angry every time? Have you forgotten what my uncle just said? He was abandoned by his parents. And my uncle is not sad about this at all. He is very lucky. How could he have a family? Junior brother, family does not have to be parents. Wife and children are also family members. Our Tianhai temple does not prevent people from marrying and having children. However, since my uncle is devoted to Taoism, I am afraid he will not marry and have children. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of money? According to what Uncle Master just said, if there is cause and effect, it's okay. If something happens to your family, if you help, it will backfire. If you don't help, you may go crazy. Uncle Master is devoted to the Tao, so there is no reason to do it. Find your own weaknesses. Du Sun felt that what he said made sense and nodded, then asked, so why is Uncle Master angry? Junior brother. He doesn't know either. The two of them looked at the Taoists sitting on the top of the cloud peak in the distance. The cold wind gusted, but it seemed that the method had no effect on the uncle. He just closed his eyes tightly and formed seals with his hands, as if he was immersed in practice and couldn't extricate himself. Only his eyebrows were deeply locked together, as if he had encountered something very entangled, and he did not let go for a long time. I feel like Uncle Shi is a little unhappy. I feel so too. Should we coax our uncle? He just saved so many people. But something suddenly occurred to me. What's up? Uncle Master seemed to be unhappy every day before. As soon as these words came out, all the disciples suddenly realized. Yes, Uncle Master used to be unhappy every day, so isn't it normal for him to be unhappy? They used to think that the uncle was unhappy because the position of host was not given to him, but now it seems that the uncle is cultivating immortality, so naturally he will not be resentful about such a small host position. However, since Uncle Master can practice cultivation, why are he still unhappy every day? If it were them who could practice cultivation, I don't know how happy they would be. Hey, my uncle's heart is like a needle in the sea. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 289. Chapter 46. Ji Chang's and the military advisor had finished discussing it, but General Ho didn't think it through clearly. Fortunately, the two of them had known that this would happen, so they were not surprised. Anyway, as long as General Ho can fight, there is no need for him to use his brain. They discussed the matter over a stick of incense and decided what to do next. General Ho is really good at fighting, and his brain is very useful when marching and fighting. However, apart from fighting, his brain will shut down whenever he encounters other things. It wouldn't be wrong to call him stupid. Maybe this is because my personal talent is only full of fighting skills, and everything else is zero. If the world is at peace, it is a good thing that he is like this. After all, the people who hold military power are stupid, which is very good for the emperor. But who told us that these are troubled times? The princes were eyeing each other, fighting to the death. They did not dare to attack the emperor. They could only focus on the 6 ministries of the court, civil and military officials, and tried every means to win over people. At this time, the death rate of hundreds of officials in the court was very high. After all, take sides, your opponent may want to kill you. If you don't take sides, everyone might kill you. It was even more impossible to play both sides, and he was immediately killed. Like General Ho, there are many people who are resented because they did not accept the second prince's win over. You don't accept my win over? Okay. You look down on me. You don't accept my win over? Okay. Are you secretly siding with my opponent? You don't accept my win over? Okay. If you're not of any use to me, go to hell and let someone like me come up instead. In short, smart people will live longer no matter what they do, while brainless people, like General Ho, will die no matter what they do. Even if he does nothing, if he sits in this position and holds this military power, there will naturally be people who want to replace him. Don't you want this military power? That would be even more exciting. What is a useless person doing in this world? It means death anyway, that's exactly what it is. The military advisor wanted to save his life, but the problem was that General Ho's IQ could not be improved, so he could only rely on external forces to survive. For example, military advisor, such as Ji Chang's First, increase the loyalty of the soldiers below to the general. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he thought for a while and then decided, let's start with this military order on drinking. The military advisor frowned and nodded, okay. They knelt down facing each other, and General Ho sat on one side. Seeing that the two seemed to have reached a consensus, he asked curiously, what should we do? Will it tire you out? Ji Chang smiled at him, not really, I just need to trouble the general. General Ho. It is the cold winter, but the soldiers in the military camp cannot sleep in, they all have to get up to practice. While they were practicing, their superiors suddenly told them to stop practicing because the general had something to say. So everyone lined up with sweat on their foreheads. There is a high platform in the military camp, just to go up when necessary when Ho Jiangjun is talking, so that he can speak more clearly. In the camp, people from below came in, General, everyone is here. Okay, I'll come right away. Ho Jiangjun recited the manuscript Ji Chang's had written for him, and the military advisor polished it several times, rubbed his face again, and then strode out. After standing up, he waved his hand and raised his voice loudly. Yesterday, I caught 2 soldiers taking wine back to the military camp. Wangda Wang shrank his neck underneath and did not dare to say a word. The other soldiers all thought that General Ho was planning to punish the soldiers who drank secretly in public, but General Ho waved his hand and said, since I enacted the prohibition on alcohol, many people have repeatedly violated the prohibition without any repentance. They were beaten and scolded. But it's always forbidden. Even though he looked stupid in front of the military advisor, he actually looked a bit fierce. With his face so downcast at the moment, it was really scary to look at him. At least there were so many people standing below who didn't dare to say anything. So many people were completely silent. What General Ho said became more and more clear. I know that each and every one of you secretly thinks that the alcohol prohibition is useless. Well, today I will let you see whether it is useful or not. The captain of Team C and Team B and Team B and Team B and Team 3 will go out. The 2 soldiers stood up confused, looking a little scared. They didn't commit any crime either. General Ho pointed at them and said loudly, these 2 are good drinkers, and most people know this. As he spoke, he turned his head and shouted below, bring it up. Immediately, some soldiers carried a big man up and placed it firmly on the table with a dull sound. General Ho stepped forward and opened it, and the aroma of wine immediately wafted out. He raised his voice and said, here is a jar of fine wine. I ask someone to go to the town to buy it early in the morning. You 2 come forward and start drinking. Stop when you feel you are done. The 2 men stepped forward hesitantly, neither daring to move. General Ho glared and said fiercely, look what I am doing, drink. The boss had an order, and even though they didn't know why the order was given, the 2 of them could only drink. Don't tell me, it's really a delicious wine. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would have laughed out loud after drinking it. No one dared to speak underneath, they just watched the 2 of them drinking. Waiting until both of them put down the spoons in their hands, General, drink it up. Drink, right. General Ho looked at the 2 of them, his face was indeed red and his eyes were a little blurry. He pointed at a relatively thin soldier and said, come here, beat them both, fight with them. The soldier was confused. He was born thin. As captains, these 2 men were both weak and experienced. How could he defeat them? He stepped forward tremblingly, but did not dare to move. General Ho frowned and shouted, fight. Seeing this, the military advisor below shook his head, went up and said warmly, the 3 of you will fight, 2 against 1. The winner will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the 2 captains and the soldier, who were already drunk and were not very clear-headed, lit up. He immediately started fighting without hesitation. The soldier was thin and weak, Both of them were dizzy and unable to stand firmly. For a while, a draw was maintained. The military advisor stood aside and watched, and General Ho quietly came to his side. "Cousin, those 5 taels of silver come out of the general's account." General Ho felt bitter in his heart, but he still wanted to maintain his image in front of his subordinates. He could only scold the 3 of them with a straight face while feeling bitter in his heart. "Is this how you fight against the enemy? The bottom plate is unstable, how do I train you on weekdays?" The 3 of them fought lively. Ji Chang's also found it interesting watching it from below. What a piece of green chickens pecking each other. Because General Ho was not talking now, the soldiers around him were also whispering. "Which one do you think will win?" "It's the 2 captains, look how strong they are." "I don't think so. They were drunk and couldn't stand firm. Otherwise, how could they let such a thin boy beat him back and forth and fail to take him down after so long?" "That's true. I really envy this boy. If only it was me who was called up just now." 5 taels of silver. Ji Chang's listened to them talking, took out some peanuts from his arms and started eating. While eating, watched the battle on the stage. Sure enough, it was over soon. Although the 2 captains were experienced and taller and stronger than the smaller ones, they were confused after drinking, and they felt sleepy after being blown by the wind like this. It would have been nice if they didn't fall asleep directly on the stage. Under General Ho's hidden and distressed gaze, the military advisor personally gave 5 taels of silver to the thin soldier. The other 2 people staggered down with their heads down, while Xiao Bing ran off the stage with excitement on his face. This 5 taels of silver is enough for their family's expenses for 3 years. On the stage, General Ho's eyes followed Yinzi. From the perspective of others, he admired this boy who could defeat the 2 captains, and he suddenly became more envious and jealous. It wasn't until the soldier entered the team that he couldn't see it, that General Ho reluctantly looked back. "Did you see it? These 2 people are famous for their ability to drink, fight, and have experience in killing enemies. So what? They are not just at the mercy of others after drinking. They can't even defeat a small soldier. If you are at home or outside, as long as you are not in my military camp, I don't care how you like to drink. But if you are drunk in the military camp, and the enemy attacks, the drunken people will even go to the southeast, northwest, etc. If you can't tell, how can you meet the enemy? Is it possible that I have to burp from wine?" Seeing the furious look on his face and the frighteningly cold tone in his voice, the people below did not dare to speak out and carefully watched General Ho speak. "For the sake of your lives, I don't let you drink, but it turns out that you are all doing well. You are not allowed to drink, but you still drink secretly. What's wrong? You don't feel bad about the slap, do you?" No matter how many people who loved drinking in the past had complaints about General Ho. Now I saw with my own eyes that the 2 drunken captains were beaten by a thin soldier, and I felt a little scared in my heart. They are all people who have been on the battlefield, and of course they know how dangerous the situation is if the enemy attacks. Your own life is still important. General Ho saw the thoughtful expressions on the faces of the people below and snorted coldly. "Today I will set a rule here. From now on, if you catch anyone drinking in the military camp, we will fine you no more. We will fine 1 person 50 taels, 2 people 10 taels, and 3 people it will be 15 taels." General Ho waved his hand again, and the people below quickly carried a heavy box up. He opened it himself, revealing the copper plates inside. He looked down at the people below. "Did you see that? These are the 2 soldiers from the Jiaju team, named Wangda Wang Er. They secretly brought wine back to the military camp and were fined 10 taels." Wangda Wang Er was shrinking his neck when he suddenly heard his name being mentioned, and his neck shrank even more. General Ho continued, "I sent someone to exchange the silver into 10,000 copper coins and distribute it to you. The originally peaceful soldiers below immediately raised their heads, with joy on their faces. Why are you happy? Are you happy after taking money? Then you'd better hope that next time someone dares to break the ban and is caught again, this general will deal with it the same way, find them, and distribute the money to others, even yourself. If you don't have any money, it will be deducted from the military salary. The first time I'm fined is 5 taels, the second time I'm fined 10 taels, and the third time I'm fined 15 taels. If you can't afford it and can't deduct it, then you will be punished with a serious crime. After saying that, he turned around and strode away from the stage. The people below were immediately led to disperse. After hiding in the back, General Ho breathed a sigh of relief. He almost forgot his words just now, but luckily he had memorized them all night last night. Ji Changs came around from the other side. General, in a moment you can give 2 taels of silver to each of the 2 captains. General Ho. Isn't it said that you can only make money if you win? They didn't do anything wrong. They were pulled on stage and drunk for no reason, and they were knocked down by a skinny soldier in front of the entire military camp. They were also captains after all, so they needed some face. If the general didn't give some compensation, I'm afraid, they have resentment in their hearts. Ji Changs comforted him with a smile. Anyway, you were willing to give me 5 taels of silver just now, are you still afraid of 2 more taels? General Ho finally forced himself to forget the 5 taels of silver. My heart hurts so much. It hurts so much. Ji Changs, General, don't you have any money? If I don't have any money, I'll go to the military advisor and ask for it. General Ho became angry, who said I have no money? I am also General Xingguo after all. How can I have no money? He dug and dug, and he actually took out a piece of silver and handed it to Ji Changs with a look of reluctance. I'm afraid this silver is worth 3 taels. Remember to pay me back 1 tael. That's what I used to buy wine. Ji Changs took the silver and said to the corner covered by wood, what the military advisor said is that the general still has the silver hidden. The military advisor, holding a hand stove and wearing tight clothes, walked out from the corner and looked at General Ho quietly. General Ho. Sometimes he really suspected that he and his cousin were not related. My cousin and Ji Changs are the ones. It's amazing that these 2 people come together. The military advisor didn't say anything. He just said, General, please find a carpenter. There is something we need to make. Okay, no problem, I'll ask my people to look for it immediately. General Ho patted his chest and asked curiously, what do you want to do? The military advisor looked at Ji Changs, who did not hide anything. Wheelchair. What is a wheelchair? General Ho didn't know why. Ji Changs said, the general will know after it is made. By the way, I came up with another good idea to trick the second prince. Why don't we go to the camp and talk about it slowly? It was definitely not easy to talk about this kind of thing outside. After the 3 of them entered the camp, General Ho became curious again when he looked at Ji Changs, who was taking out the book and placing it on the table. Mr. Ji, do you have any grudge against the second prince? Ji Changs frowned and thought for a while, then said, I will answer this question for you later. General Ho. The military advisor opened the messages sent today and was reading them down one by one. Suddenly, when he turned to one of the pages, his face became cold and he slammed the table. General Ho, who was sitting down and fanning himself, was startled by his appearance. Cousin, cousin. What's wrong? But is there any bad news in the capital? Ji Changs walked over and picked up the message. He sneered and handed it to General Ho. Look, General, now I have a grudge against the second prince. General Ho took it over in confusion, his eyebrows furrowed as he looked at it, his face full of anger. This is unreasonable. He also slapped the table and almost jumped up with anger. Xingguo is now in chaos, and the people are already living a difficult life. As a prince, he doesn't want to serve the country and the people, but he takes the opportunity to rob women and children and sell them to the Northwest. Does he still have humanity? Ji Chang's took the message and threw it into the fire. Watching it gradually burn out, his eyes were full of ice. This matter must not have happened in a day or two. Otherwise, why could those rebels easily escape to the Northwest? The Gek family over there occupies the grassland and has many good horses, but they are short of women. The second prince exchanged my Xingguo people for good horses, right? I'm afraid it's a good deal for him. The military advisor suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Ji Chang's. Have you known for a long time that the person who destroyed the village was the second prince's people? It's not hard to guess. Yes, the military advisor nodded and sighed. The second prince's fiefdom is nearby. Although he has not yet gone to the fiefdom, it is easy for him to do what he wants. In addition, he has always been generous and has many good horses at his disposal. The money was spent clearly, but the reason was never mentioned. General Ho, who was still angry. He could never keep up with these two. Then what should we do now? Now that the second prince's affair has been revealed, we don't have to do anything, right? The military advisor shook his head. He won't be tripped. It's just some common people. No one will care. Ji Chang's looked at him and stretched out his hand to warm the fire. He was exposed this time because someone in the court mentioned that he wanted to redeem the people who were sold to the Northwest by the rebels. The general can bring back all the people who rejuvenate our country after wiping out the rebels. It is also a great achievement. General Ho nodded. What about your wife? My wife, of course I will bring her back myself. During this period of time, he and his military advisor have been thinking about how to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, and found that the fastest is half a year. And he had to ignore the resistance from the second prince. Didn't they wonder before that they didn't agree to solicit? Why did the second prince try so hard to go against General Ho? Now it seems that the plan is to get him down and replace one of his own people. The operation of exchanging people for horses will be easier and simpler. Get ready to go and fetch the miracle doctor. General Ho then remembered it and said quickly, speaking of this miracle doctor, my people came back after asking about it and said that the miracle doctor has a weird temper. Since his legs were lame due to the poison he tried, he has refused to see him again. Ji Chang's nodded. I know, he will still help people see doctors, but he just put forward a condition. Yes, he said that he would only be willing to see a doctor unless the person he wanted to see could move freely and act like a normal person. General Ho felt that this was an excuse. He can't cure himself. If someone really has such ability, there is no need to go to him for medical treatment. Some people came to see him before, but he wasn't happy with it. Even with the knife on his neck, he wasn't happy with it. I think there's nothing we can do. Why don't we try another person? But after asking around, this miracle doctor is the only one. High reputation. Ji Chang's, who said there is no way. He pointed to the drawings on the table. This is the method. The army began to set off. On the way, they stopped to repair where the miracle doctor was. They led the people to the bamboo house. General Ho stood up first and said, I'm Ho Ruoming, I'm here to see the miracle doctor. A child opened the door and walked out, saying crisply, Master said that he will only see the doctor again if he can travel freely. General Ho's face immediately showed a smile that was unexpectedly proud, and he asked people to move the wheelchair forward. Patting the armrest of the wheelchair, this is what allows the miracle doctor to travel freely. The child looked up and down in confusion. What is this? Wheelchair. General Ho pointed to Ji Chang's beside him. This gentleman with great talent made it. Ji Chang's bowed his hands and said with humility, No, no. It's just in the brain. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 290. Ji Chang's looked around and found that this was obviously going to court. In addition to the ministers who were pointing at him and scolding him, there were also a bunch of onlookers, and an angry emperor. Presumptuous. The emperor was indeed very angry, which was normal. No emperor would be angry if someone said he was a coward. He threw the inkstone on the table to the ground, and his face was livid with anger. I believe whoever I believe, and it's not your turn to comment. The emperor was angry, and his ministers could not help but kneel down. There was a roar, and the courtiers below knelt down in a row. Ji Chang's knelt down obediently, taking the time to look at his memories while observing the faces of the people around him. Almost half of the courtiers would give him an angry look when they found him looking over, while the remaining half lowered their heads in fear and did not look at him. It seems that the original owner is quite vindictive. Ji Chang's looked at the memory and found that the original owner not only remembered grudges, but also didn't know how to remember gratitude. The original owner was a scholar born in a poor mountain village. He was the only son in the family, so his parents regarded him as everything. His father worked almost desperately to earn money for his education. In the end, he died of illness due to overwork, and he relied entirely on his mother's textile work to support his education. Originally, the mother's support could not last long, but when the original owner was laughed at by his classmates because of his poverty during a poetry meeting, he was bumped into by a great scholar. When the scholar was young, he was almost unable to continue studying because of poverty. When he met the original owner, he felt compassion for him. After further inspection, he found that the original owner was very smart, so he cherished his talent even more. He took the original owner as his apprentice, brought him to his house, taught him to read, took him to martial arts, and paid him monthly silver coins every month, raising him as if he were his own son. With such a great Confucian master, the original owner's predicament was naturally solved. The old mother at home no longer had to work hard day and night spinning, and she no longer had to worry about money. The original owner thrived under Daru's training smoothly. Daru and his wife regarded him as their own son and betrothed their only daughter to him. This is what makes a winner in life. The original owner was an elegant scholar to the outside world. Although his official position was not high, because he had a great Confucian behind him, his colleagues in the officialdom were also very friendly to him. Internally, he was a caring and gentle husband to his wife and a good disciple who respected the great Confucian. It wouldn't be bad if he lived his life like this, but unfortunately, something happened later. The great Confucian scholar had a sister who was a concubine in the palace. The son of the concubine was always highly praised. Although he was young, he was very brave and resourceful. When an enemy country invaded, the emperor sent the concubine's son to quell the chaos. In the end, no one knew what happened. The enemy country was defeated, but the son of the imperial concubine did not come back as a hero, but was escorted to Beijing. The most favored prince rebelled. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Between emotion and reason, the prince had no reason to rebel. He has a good family background and is good enough himself. There is no prince in the palace who can compare with him, and he is also young. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that the throne will definitely be his in the future. He didn't have to do this. As soon as this incident came out, many old ministers begged the emperor to investigate thoroughly. Even the prince's rivals, the other half-princes, did not believe that he would rebel. But the emperor firmly believed in this. Moreover, it was discovered that the prince's uncle, the great scholar, was also cooperating with the prince in the rebellion. The great scholar was imprisoned. This time it exploded. Perhaps the prince is just a noun to the common people, but as a great scholar, he has an extraordinary status in the minds of many scholars. They believed that such a great scholar would not be able to do such a thing. Just when everyone was interceding for the great scholar and the prince, hoping that the emperor could conduct a thorough investigation, the great scholar was brought to the court. He was also a fierce man. In the court, when he was accused by the emperor of being a rebellious minister, he was killed by a headbutt on the pillar. After his death, the original owner took the treason correspondence between the great Confucian scholar and the emperor and the righteous extermination of relatives. Daru's only direct disciple / husband of his only daughter / the same father-son existence stepped forward to confirm Daru's guilt. No matter how many people don't believe it, at least in terms of public opinion, when the original owner came forward, the death of the great scholar was confirmed. His wife, who was about to give birth, was anxiously rushing here from her hometown when she heard the bad news that her husband had falsely accused her father. The child was born prematurely. Because it was premature, it was a stillbirth. When he buried it on the spot and rushed back, everything was a foregone conclusion. The great Confucian scholar died and the prince was imprisoned. The emperor was very merciful and said that the crime was not as bad as his family. Since the great scholar had already died to apologize, he would not care about the great scholar's family. So, under the care of the merciful emperor, the great scholar the Confucian family was not confiscated, nor were their wives and daughters implicated. Naturally, both Ji Chang's and the original owner understood that letting the mother and daughter go was not a kindness at all. It was just a self-righteous decision made after the death of the scholar in order to calm the resentment and anger of the scholars. He knew that he was wrong, but the emperor would not admit that he was wrong, so he needed someone like the original owner around him who could always remind everyone that he was right. The original owner rose to prominence step by step and reached the peak of power. It was easy for him to please the mediocre emperor. As long as he scolded his dead master from time to time and stomped on his master's wolfish ambitions, the emperor would naturally be delighted. Relying on this, the original owner successfully rose to a high position, and now he is already a second-rank minister at a young age. Although he was a civil servant, he still held real power, because in most cases, the emperor would listen to what he said. Compared with the joyful life in the court, the original owner's life in the house was not so good. Although he sold his master to seek glory, the original owner did not really have any shame. What's more, he sold his master to seek an official career. Both he and the emperor knew that those correspondences were unwarranted. It was just because of him. He is the closest person to master, so let him open the door that can block some people's mouths. If the original owner turned against his junior sister and junior wife after betraying him for glory, then everyone would know that he was such a treacherous villain, and the authenticity of the letters he produced would naturally be doubted. He was the only one who was very kind to his junior sister and junior wife, and put on a show of I didn't kill the master for the sake of glory and wealth, but the master really did something to rebel. I was just loyal to the emperor and patriotic, so I killed my relatives. I will take good care of my junior sister and junior wife. You can make people unable to grasp the situation. So no matter how much the original owner wanted to send the two troublesome people away far away, he still had to pretend to be a lowly person and take care of them carefully. In order to maintain her affectionate persona, she even dared not take a concubine. Naturally, his wife and junior sister, who knew her husband / father well, would not forgive him. In his original life, the original owner did almost everything a traitor could do, including excluding dissenters, harming the loyal and good, harming the common people, and helping the emperor do things he wanted to do but would be scolded for. After a series of tricks, the monarch and his ministers succeeded in killing the country. When the country was destroyed and on the run, the original owner thought of his wife in the backyard. He had endeared her for so long, and now he no longer had to pretend, so he went into the backyard with a knife and killed his wife. The wife's dowry witnessed the scene and escaped overnight, but was discovered by the original owner. The original owner discovered that the direction of her escape was not outside the city but inside the city. He became suspicious and followed her behind, but learned a secret. The child between them was not stillborn, but after the wife learned that he had framed the great scholar, she was afraid that the original owner, who could even attack his father, who was like a teacher and a father, would not even spare his own daughter. Especially, her biological daughter who is half of her blood. This child must not be allowed to live with such a father. This was the wife's first thought after giving birth to the child. At that time, my close friend, who happened to be a handkerchief to my wife, was also going to the capital. She came to borrow the help from a female doctor when she had a fetal movement. When the female doctor came back, she regretfully told her that the woman had given birth to a stillborn fetus. The wife immediately thought of a way to exchange the civet cat for the prince, and she sent her cronies. The handkerchief bearer was already on good terms with her and knew her current predicament, so he gritted his teeth and agreed to her. As a result, the two children were exchanged, and the stillborn child was buried properly, but their biological son was handed over to be raised in a handkerchief. The reason why the wife's dowry ran into the city was because she heard that the rebels had surrounded the mansion and wanted to rescue them. She had no other choice but to ask the original owner to save her. After all, she is her biological daughter. Unfortunately, she underestimated the cruelty of the original owner. After knowing that it was just such a secret that he was not interested in at all, the original owner was very disdainful of the girl who kept crying for her dowry. If it was a son, maybe he would save him because of his own blood. But a daughter? When he escapes, he can have as many children as he wants. After saying such words, he was killed by the angry dowry. The original owner was skilled in martial arts, but died at the hands of a dowry. It wasn't that the other party was very skilled in martial arts, it was just that he never thought that such a humble servant who begged for him would have the courage to kill him. This is the ending of the original owner. It can be said that after he has played an entire country and destroyed countless people's families, he was killed with a knife. In the current timeline, the original owner is doing what a traitor should do, frame Zhongliang. There was a severe drought in Guizhou. The local magistrate wrote to the court asking for help. However, there was no response from the court. The people had no food and drink and became refugees. A large number of people walked to the capital. His birthday was coming in 2 months. The emperor had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He was happily preparing to celebrate his birthday when suddenly so many refugees flooded into the capital. Long Yan was furious. The key is, it's not easy to get angry when he's angry. Because the prefect of Guizhou gave him a note and said that he hoped the court could provide rescue. However, the emperor was planning to build a palace for himself at the time. The treasury was empty and he did not have that much money. Building a palace would have been difficult enough. If support was provided, then the palace is absolutely useless. It's just a severe drought. It won't be over after a while. It won't be better until it rains. If you have to ask the court for help for such a trivial matter, then what should the prefect do? After feeling very disgusted with the prefect, the emperor put the book aside as if he had not seen it. As a result, things have turned out like this. So many people have come to the capital. Even if he is angry, he can't say, yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't ignore you. The emperor of this dynasty is indeed a coward, but just because he is a coward does not mean that he does not know what a wise king is like. He does stupid things, but he really wants to be a wise emperor. Isn't it because of this that he keeps doing stupid things and then blames them on others, and then pretends that he is innocent? When the victims of the disaster came to the capital this time and needed someone to take the blame, the emperor who caused the trouble naturally didn't want to take the blame himself. Therefore, as the most powerful henchman around the emperor, the original owner immediately said that the Guizhou magistrate could not handle this matter, and that he should ask the court for help due to the severe drought. He did not make any move, and could not control this group of refugees, causing the people to live in dire straits. The magistrate should be removed. Condemn. The emperor immediately expressed his affirmation. But the monarch and his ministers wanted to confuse the truth with the false, and many ministers in the court were not blind. Counting the days, during the severe drought, The prefect did indeed submit a letter to the court, and he did so urgently, sending 3 letters in a row. They didn't believe it when they said they weren't here to ask for help. In this case, do you insist on questioning the prefect? What's more, the magistrate of Gazhu has achieved many great achievements and is famous for loving the people like a son. Do you think that such a person would waste the lives of the people? They don't believe it anyway. Various arguments began in the court, and the minister who just pointed at Ji Chang's and scolded him believed in the Gazhu magistrate. Everyone knows that the emperor is blaming the emperor, but they cannot scold the emperor. So, can't we just scold the treacherous officials who colluded with the emperor? The emperor standing above him knelt down on the ground. After all, he still wanted to be known as a wise king. It was not appropriate to directly kill the person who was the prefect of Gazhu. So he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger and said, "This matter is the fault of the magistrate of Gazhu. There is no need to argue any more." As soon as these words came out, the ministers who had been kneeling quietly became anxious again. "His Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't. The magistrate of Gazhu has a good reputation outside the country. If your Majesty punishes his crimes indiscriminately, what will the world think? His Majesty." The emperor's face became more and more ugly. If he didn't want a good reputation, he would have wanted to kill each of the people below who were talking to other ministers. Just as everyone was speaking out, a disobedient mocking voice sounded. "Due to the failure of the Gazhu magistrate, so many people have been displaced and left their homes. If you don't think about how to resettle these people, why don't you distinguish right from wrong for him first?" The ministers who were trying to speak for the magistrate of Gazhu and try to persuade the emperor to change his mind turned green. If they were angry and impatient with the emperor sitting above them and only hated the monarch for being unreliable, then they looked down upon Ji Chang's and most of the upright ministers. Sellers seek glory. Traitor. Symptoms. Villain. Scumbag. These words are an understatement when it comes to Ji Chang's. The minister who pointed at Ji Chang's nose and scolded him stood up angrily and pointed at him again. "Are you worthy of talking about resettling the people? The people are displaced and homeless, and now a lot of them starve to death every day. Man, whose fault is that?" Mr. Ji, who was accused by him, was very calm and showed no signs of guilt or guilt. He only stroked his sleeves and smiled at the other party. "Does it matter who is wrong and who is right? Mr. Liu, even if you drag 10 or 8 sinners to in front of the people, that's not what they want. What the victims want is food, shelter, and doctors. Mr. Liu, you keep saying that I am a traitor and a sycophant, but you don't know that you, a loyal minister who loves the people like a son, have done everything for the victims. What did you do?" Mr. Liu looked startled. If we had been able to provide relief after receiving the discount, the victims would not be like this now." The expression of the emperor sitting above changed. He was the one who accepted the offer and ignored it in the first place. Isn't this just an accusation against him? Some shrewd courtiers also heard the implication of these words, and their expressions changed. Oops. Mr. Liu is afraid that he will not be able to escape today. Just when the emperor was about to speak with a livid face, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter. "It's so funny." Ji Chang's made no secret of his ridicule and disdain for Master Liu and raised his chin. "Let me tell you, Master Liu, are you really confused or are you pretending to be confused? You keep saying that I am a villain, and it seems like you love the people so much, but the things you do are not painful. You do nothing for the people, you neither feed them nor give them something to drink. You didn't give them any of the land or houses they wanted. Oh, you did something else. You're scolding me. Ah, everyone says that I am a villain, but what about those who call villains? Loyal ministers. Good people who are not afraid of the threats of traitorous ministers. Mr. Liu, if you want a good reputation, you should do some good things and do good things. Help the victims, appease the people. Instead of doing these things, You come here to scold me, isn't it just to gain a reputation for loyalty by scolding me? Mr. Lu was stunned when he heard this. The more he listened, the more anxious he became. You are talking nonsense. Never have I ever thought of this. I am doing it for the world. For the people. Oh. For the people. The unparalleledly handsome Lord Ji, who was wearing a red official uniform, smiled even harder. Okay, Lord Lu, why don't you come and talk to me, my colleagues, and your majesty? If you scold me, the people will get it what? A grain of rice? A pot of water? Or a comfortable bed, or a shelter from the wind and rain? Master Lu trembled with his lips and pointed at Ji Chang's, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Ji Chang smiled with satisfaction, turned around and bowed to the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. When he straightened up, his face was full of affirmation. Your Majesty, it seems that Mr. Lu did not come to scold the minister for the sake of the victims, but just for the sake of the victims. It's a personal grudge. Ha 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 ha. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but Mr. Lu was on his death list. Now seeing Ji Chang's beating people up, it was as if he was picking off the other person's face and throwing it to the ground to trample on him. Long Xian was very happy. Laughing out loud. Lu Qing, you are not young anymore. Don't be so persistent in the fight of will. Me. Weiken. Your Majesty. His Majesty. Ji Chang saw that Mr. Lu still wanted to explain, so he directly intervened. In the opinion of the humble minister, since Mr. Lu cares about the people so much and is worried about the victims, it is better to assign the disaster relief work to Mr. Lu. I believe Mr. Lu loves the people as much as his son, so he will definitely carry out disaster relief work and comfort the victims outside the capital. As soon as these words came out, the other ministers who were originally thinking of speaking for Mr. Lu paused. Although disaster relief is a hard job, hard and thankless, if Mr. Lu had done it, such things as sucking the blood of the victims would definitely not have happened. Ji Chang's suggestion was definitely to make Mr. Lu suffer, but perhaps for Mr. Lu who wanted to do practical things for the people, going to disaster relief might be what he wanted. They hesitated, wondering whether they should speak out. After all, judging from the previous situation, if Mr. Lu hadn't gone, His Majesty would definitely have sent someone he trusted. But 99% of the people Your Majesty trusts are sycophants. If those people go, let alone disaster relief, it would be nice not to shed another layer of skin on those victims. Master Lu also understood this. He was originally full of anger, but after hearing these words, all his anger was gone. He clenched his fists nervously, for fear that the emperor would not agree. The emperor indeed planned to send someone he trusted. But disaster relief is a hard job, and this guy can't keep his mouth shut, so he might as well endure the hardships. In that case, let Lu Qing go. As soon as these words came out, Ji Chang's could even hear the sounds of relief from many people around him, which showed how badly they were tortured by the emperor on weekdays. The Guizhou magistrate concealed the truth and failed to report it, which caused the victims to flock to the capital. For such a serious crime, please think about it, dear sirs, how should I convict that guy? Why should we still be convicted? Some ministers were extremely tired. They no longer planned to care about the fact that the emperor withheld the discount and ignored it, but could the emperor continue to blame others? The magistrate of Guizhou is a man of justice and straightforwardness, an official who is honest and loves the people. The people under his rule have always been very peaceful. It would be too unfair for such a good official to be punished without any explanation. The emperor did not intend to kill the person directly. After all, he had a good reputation. If he killed him like this, he would be worried about his reputation. I thought that when he was an official in the past, he could be regarded as loyal and caring for the people. Even if he ransacked his house and executed him, he was still a good official after all. This time, before they could speak, Ji Chang spoke first. Your Majesty, you are too kind to the magistrate of Guzhou. His crime is so serious that if you just simply ask questions, you would be too sorry for the people who were harmed by him. Wei Chen suggested that it is better to tie the magistrate of Guzhou to Guzhou. On the execution ground of the state, the people who had been harmed by him were allowed to insult him and throw away debris. After 10 days, if he died, it would mean that the people did not want him to live. If he lived, Your Majesty would pardon him. This method. The emperor hesitated. He was not sure what his most trusted minister, who was most able to solve his problems, was thinking about, so he simply waved his hand and said, I'm a little tired. I'm going to have a rest and we'll discuss this later. After saying that, he went to the back hall. Ji Chang's didn't even need the eunuch to invite him, he went directly to the back hall by himself. Along the way, the other ministers looked at him with fear and hatred, and they all gave way. Ji Chang's held his head high and went straight in without even looking at them. As soon as he left, the remaining ministers immediately gathered together to discuss in twos and threes, just like the students whose class teacher had left with their classmate who liked to make small reports with the class teacher. Among them, Mr. Liu's classmates, not his colleagues, are the most numerous. Master Liu, are you okay? Hey, Mr. Liu, I'm going to have to work hard for you this time. Brother Liu, you were too impulsive just now. If His Majesty was angry just now, what would happen to your whole family? It doesn't matter. Mr. Liu himself was flushed. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Now that I have been given the task of providing disaster relief, I can feel more at ease since I can personally do something for the victims and keep an eye on them personally. This is true, after all, Mr. Liu is known as a practical person. Letting him do this would make them feel more at ease than letting anyone else do it. That Ji Chang's has done a good thing. Oh, he just wants to challenge Mr. Liu. How could he, a person who is greedy for pleasure, know what Mr. Liu's ambition is? He is just trying to get it wrong. Master Liu just laughed when his colleagues around him said this. In my heart, I always felt that something was wrong. When he said those words just now, His Majesty was already angry. At that time, he had anticipated his own fate and had planned to die to prove his ambition. But Ji Chang stopped His Majesty with his words at that time. On the surface, those words were meant to tease him, but in fact they were equivalent to saving his life and fulfilling his wish. Ji Chang's was famous for his intelligence when he was young. He didn't believe that such a smart person would not know that those words actually helped him. Also, His Majesty was the one who wanted to question the Guzhou magistrate, but it was Ji Chang's who stopped him. Although such a punishment method is a bit embarrassing, if it can survive without losing its official position and life, it is indeed a good method for the magistrate of Guzhou. But, is Ji Chang's really helping them? Why? Isn't he a villain and a sycophant? In the back hall, the villain Ji Chang's was laughing evilly. Your Majesty, if you directly accuse Guzhou magistrate, he has some official titles before. I heard that many people boast that he loves the people like a son. Your Majesty, if you accuse him, even though he is I made a mistake, but there is no guarantee that there will be some malicious people spreading rumors behind my back. As for what the rumors were, he didn't need to ask the emperor to understand. The emperor had a stern look on his face. Isn't it because he was worried about this that he was unsure of what to do? According to your wishes, the punishment just now will allow me to sit back and relax. Nature. Ji Chang's explained warmly, Your Majesty is not punishing him. This is clearly asking the people to accuse him. If he dies, it means that the people hate the evil officials so much. Your Majesty, you are a wise king who sends the evil officials to the people for disposal. If he is alive, it is because of your mercy. You should have executed him, but you spared his life. If he dares to say anything wrong about you in the future, such as shirk responsibility for the disaster that happened out of control this time, your majesty will not be angry. He will be the spit of all the people in the world. Xingzi can drown him. He took a sip of the tea handed over by the eunuch and said with a smile, by then, your majesty has already forgiven him once, and the second time he couldn't bear it, it can be considered excusable. The emperor's eyes lit up. No. Isn't what he is worried about because he wants the prefect of Guizhou to take the blame, and he doesn't want others to think that he is a fool and just picks someone to take the blame. In this way, people are handed over to the people. If a person died, it was the people who killed him. If he is alive, it is also his mercy. This method is really wonderful. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. Let's do it like this, Iking, you are still smart. Ji Chang's also laughed, and his words were full of treachery. No matter what your majesty said, I am just thinking about your majesty's thoughts, worrying about your majesty's worries, and sharing your worries for your majesty. Okay. Okay. I know that you are my loyal minister. Hey, if all the people in the court are as loving as you, then I can feel at ease. After the intermission, when His Majesty the Emperor returned to the throne, he directly announced that he would deal with the Guizhou prefect in that way. At the same time, Mr. Liu must also quickly set foot on Guizhou to provide disaster relief. This matter can be regarded as a perfect solution. Although many courtiers are a little dissatisfied with the attitude of Ji Chang's and the Emperor, they also know what kind of urine these two people have. Now it can be considered a good ending to have such an ending. If not satisfied, the quarrel continued, and we still don't know what the quarrel will become in the end. When going to court, the ministers walked down the steps and walked towards the palace gate. Master Liu. When a familiar voice sounded, the ministers who heard the voice almost immediately pricked up their ears and opened their eyes to pay attention to the movement over there. Ji Chang's walked over casually. He had a good appearance. When he wasn't doing things like flattery and framing Zhongliang, he really looked like that. Every step he took had a different kind of air. Mr. Liu, who was stopped, stood there and watched him walk up to him. Master Ji, how are you? Is there anything else you want to say? Oh, it's not that there's anything wrong. Ji Chang's chuckled lightly and said as if he was chatting, I heard that Mr. Liu is a concubine in the family. Before the family was separated, Mr. Liu's family squeezed into a small and pitiful courtyard to live. The colleagues who stayed on the side and were worried about what Ji Chang's would do to Mr. Liu were immediately angry after hearing this. Who in the entire capital didn't know that Mr. Liu was born as a concubine? Although he relied on his fame to enter the court, his father and biological mother passed away early, and his aunt refused to let him leave the family and live separately because of her filial piety. Therefore, Mr. Liu obviously he is a good minister, but he still has to live in a small courtyard, and every month he has to pay his filial piety to his aunt. There is nothing we can do about it. Filial piety is the first priority in this dynasty. Even if the aunt is not the biological mother, she is still the illegitimate mother. Legally speaking, she is even higher than Mr. Liu's biological mother. So a person who is almost 40 years old is still controlled by his aunt. Hey, I'm just concerned about Mr. Liu's family situation. Sir, why do you look at me like you want to eat me? The minister was angry. You. Zifang. Master Liu stopped his friend next to him, took a deep breath, and looked at Ji Chang's. So? What does Master Ji want to say? It's nothing. I just saw Mr. Liu pointing at my nose and scolding me today, which reminded me of some past events. Following the past, I thought that Mr. Liu lived in that small courtyard 20 years ago. I didn't expect that 20 years ago. Years later, they all married and had children, but they still lived there. I just don't know if there will be any trouble in your mansion when Mr. Liu goes to Guizhou. Mr. Lu immediately clenched his fists and glared at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's. Ji Chang sneered, took a step forward, and looked at each other. So now we call him by his first name, right? Lu Shenjun. The two men were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was tense. They looked like they were about to start a fight. The ministers who were descending the steps wanted to watch, but they were worried that standing still would be disrespectful, so they all took small steps. It felt like they could not wait. One step is divided into 100 steps. Ji Chang's, don't go too far. I went too far? When did I go too far? You weren't the one who was pointed at and scolded in court, right? You are also a second-rank official of the imperial court, but you are directly threatening my family. How shameless. Blackmail? Which of your ears have heard that I threatened your family? It's just to show concern for my colleagues. You misinterpreted it like this, which shows how you are. Ah, by the way, you also know that I am a second-grade officer? You are a first and fifth-grade officer. When you see me, you are disrespectful to your superiors, but you still speak arrogantly, but I want you to be punished for disrespecting your superiors. You. Lu Shenjun couldn't defeat Ji Chang's. When he was anxious, he punched him directly, but his fist was firmly grasped by Ji Chang's. The surrounding officials exclaimed in surprise at first, and then a little bit as expected. Everyone knows that Ji Chang's is both civilized and martial. Not only is he a talker, he is also very capable with his skills. Lu Shenjun and Mr. Lu are just a weak scholar. If the two of them really fight, Ji Chang's will naturally have the upper hand. Master Lu. While Ji Chang's grabbed Lu Shenjian's fist and forced it to move downward, he showed a typical traitorous smile. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family for you while you are away from Beijing. How about coming to your door every 2 days? Is it caring enough? Speaking of which, I heard that the old lady of the Lu family is kind, and she must also like me as a junior, right? However, it is better to be cautious when persuading Mr. Lu, otherwise if there is any dispute with me, the old lady will help me, and there is nothing you can do about it, Mr. Lu. This is a threat. This must be a threat. What about coming to your door every 2 days and taking good care of your family? Doesn't the translation mean, if you leave, I will scare your family members and do whatever they want? It seems like something Ji Chang's can do. After all, just because a petty official accidentally stepped on him on the way to court, he just casually accused the petty officer and sent him away from afar. Lu Shenjun pointed at his nose in the court and cursed such a person who was determined to retaliate. It was strange that he could endure it. There was silence all around. Some people wanted to speak uprightly, but they were pulled back by their fellow travelers and whispered. He is very powerful now, so don't try to push yourself. If someone is careful and fails to save him, he will help him get in. In the silence, everyone watched Lu Shenjun tremble all over, with anger on his face, and slowly put his fist back into his sleeve. Yes. That's how it should be. That's all if it's just him. Lu Shenjun still had a wife and children. Faced with such a threat, he could only endure it. When the fawning minister Ji Chang saw Lu Shenjun surrendering, he showed a satisfied look on his face, smiled and clapped his hands. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will keep my promise, come to your door every 2 days, and take good care of your family. Lu Shenjun seemed to be angry but dared not speak, and turned away with a livid face. His friend immediately followed. Brother Lu, wait for me. After bullying other courtiers, the traitorous minister Ji was in a good mood. He did not leave, but just stood on the steps and looked at the sun in the sky. After a while, a little eunuch trotted over. Master Ji, your majesty knows that you have a conflict with Master Lu, so he sent me to ask the servant, but what's the matter? Ji Chang's looked at the sun on the horizon. Excuse me, my father-in-law, Please inform your majesty that Wei Chen is fine. It's just that Mr. Lu scolded Wei Chen before, and Wei Chen felt angry, so he asked him to argue with him for a few words. The little eunuch quickly agreed, turned around and trotted back. As a result, the surrounding ministers all knew that His Majesty already knew what happened today. He was still on Ji Chang's side as always. Yes, after all, Mr. Lu cursed so much in the court before, not only Ji Chang's, but also your majesty. Ji Chang's vented his anger on Mr. Lu, and he was afraid that His Majesty also took part in it. They sighed and turned away with deep worries about the country. On the other side, Lu Shenjun remained silent all the way. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, his friends beside him didn't know how to comfort him, so they could only send him to the door of the house, and then said a few words. That Ji Chang's is so arrogant and domineering. He threatened him in front of so many colleagues. Brother Lu, don't be angry. Such a villain will definitely be punished by God. He is too arrogant. Lu Shenjun stood there blankly and suddenly said, it wasn't like that before. Huh? Brother Lu? What did you say? Lu Shenjun came to his senses and smiled quickly, it's nothing, Zifang. Thank you very much for today. You should go back home quickly. You and I are friends. We should help each other. What's there to thank you for? Brother Lu, if you don't worry about your family, just leave it to me. As long as I have my beard, Ji Chang's won't dare to do anything more. Beard Fang has the confidence to say this. After all, his biological grandfather is a great scholar that even His Majesty must respect. If Ji Chang's dares to touch him, His Majesty will never support him. Looking at the confident bearded Fang, Lu Shenjun smiled and said, okay Zifang, go back quickly. I am also tired today and need to rest early. Watching Hu Zifang leave, Lu Shenjun turned around and entered the house. He was relieved when he walked all the way to the small courtyard where their family lived. When his wife, who was making clothes in the yard under the sun, saw him coming back, she smiled and put down her clothes to greet him. Master is back, are you hungry? I'll ask someone to buy some food outside. After seeing his wife, Lu Shenjun regained some of his thoughts. He asked his wife, do you still remember Ji Chang's? Mrs. Lu smiled and looked at him in confusion, you're so good, why are you talking about him? Don't you always look down on him? But what did he do? Lu Shenjun opened his mouth, wanted to say something but then swallowed it, saying, that's not true. I just remembered that he and I were also good friends. This last sentence is a bit self-deprecating. Mrs. Lu was silent. After a while, he smiled and said, presumably, it was because of Mr. Li that he became friends with the master that day. Such a villain, if Mr. Li didn't value the master, he would not be pretending. Mr. Li is the great scholar and Ji Chang's master. At the beginning, Mr. Li valued Lu Shenjian's talent and often invited him to the mansion to teach him a lot. At that time, Ji Chang's lived in the mansion and was considered the son-in-law of Mr. Li. The two young men were similar in age and both were smart. They hit it off and became a couple. Friends. Mrs. Lu, who was Miss Li's handkerchief at the time, often went to the Li mansion to look for Miss Li by accident. She met Lu Shenjun, and a marriage began. As a result, the two became husband and wife. At that time, it was said that the two families were well connected, but who would have expected that a huge change would end up like this? Lu Shenjun asked Mrs. Lu, have you ever visited Miss Li? How was it? Did Ji Chang's treat her harshly? Miss Li has been staying at home since that incident. She has not seen anyone in the entire capital except Mrs. Lu who she can see. It's still the same, lifeless. Speaking of her friend, Mrs. Lu became even more angry, that damn Ji Chang's, he only pretends to take good care of Sissy all day long. When I went to his house, I heard some servants gossiping about Ji Chang's. They are so kind to Sissy, but Sissy still doesn't appreciate it. It makes me want to tear their mouths off. They don't know anything, they just see Ji Chang's pretending. Why do they say that? Lu Shenjun saw that she was so angry that she was rubbing her clothes to pieces, so he quickly comforted her. Okay, okay, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know. Not everyone in the world is like this. Just look at the appearance. They think they know everything, whether there is a hidden secret, but they have never thought about it. As he was talking, he suddenly paused and murmured, "Hidden secret? Hidden secret?" Mrs. Lu was still angry, but when she saw him like this, she didn't care about being angry anymore. Husband, husband. Ah, oh, it's nothing. I thought of some things at court. Lu Shenjun was brought back to his senses by her shouting, and he gave her a comforting smile. I'm going back to the study first, and you'll call me after dinner. Okay, go ahead. Mrs. Lu watched her husband enter the study and looked at his hands that had been hidden in his sleeves with some confusion. Is it that cold today? It seems like I should prepare a hand stove for my husband tomorrow. After Lu Shenjun entered the study, he immediately closed the door. After checking the entire room to make sure no one was there, he sat down with confidence and opened his clenched fists. There was a piece of paper hidden inside, crumpled from being held tightly. He quickly unfolded the note slowly and saw a line of words written on it in a familiar handwriting. Tomorrow, at noon, the jade pendant will be there. Lu Shenjun stared at these words for a long time, then bent down and took out a wooden box from the cabinet. After opening it, there was a jade pendant that looked not very valuable quietly inside. This was a relic left by his mother to him. When he was a teenager, when he and Ji Chang's were still good friends, they sneaked out to play together, and he left this jade pendant behind. Ji Chang's accompanied him to search for a long time, and finally found it in a ruined temple that the two of them passed by on the outskirts of the city. Because that place was too remote, they made a joking agreement that the jade pendant was equivalent to a ruined temple. If one day they needed to use a secret code, they would just say jade pendant and they would know that they were talking about the ruined temple. Lu Shenjun always thought he didn't remember this joke. Ever since Mr. Li passed away, he hated Ji Chang's to the core. Looking back at their mutual friend, he almost wanted to throw it into the dirt. Even this jade pendant could no longer be worn properly around his neck. And now, Ji Chang's revealed the jade pendant. Should I go or not? Lu Shenjun touched the jade pendant and sat in the study for a long time in a daze. The second day. He got up early, packed himself up and went out. At noon, he walked to the entrance of the ruined temple. A handsome man came out. When he saw him, he smiled happily. I thought you wouldn't come. But you're late again. Why can't you change this problem? In an instant, this scene overlapped with that of more than 10 years ago. The energetic young man stood somewhere and complained to him, you are late again. When did you change this bad habit? You are late every time. At this time, he would say, sorry, I was wrong. Lu Shenjian's eyes were red and he gave the same answer as before. I was wrong, I'll do it again next time.